more. For Void Donkey and Talon, they're going to share the same compound by the left side of the circle. Smoke still active for Void Donkey for now, but it will be out soon. A nade set across by Talon, hoping to land it onto Razek. Razek opening up the space on Boychill will get control. And now Razek's the final player. Everyone calling in onto Razek, and Razek where he's going to go, where he's going to hide as Talon will eliminate him. Dominating now with 5 eliminations.
Man, Talon Esports is unstoppable. 5 points in the bag, and a very good position for stage 4 here. They could still assume a lot. And okay, RQ 10 now. Oh, now this is massive. Okay, they're picking up the pace here. And this is such a great thing to watch because they're challenging up the top dogs. Jensen's getting into play pretty close to Talon. Trying to get some information as well on how everything's about to go down. We can see 3 of the members here cooking up some nades. Applying a lot of pressure onto the side of Talon. Jensen's moving forward. Axel taking in some shots, but with that drop shot, oh man, that was beautifully done by Talon.
Oh, in the pickle right now. Needs to heal up. As right now, Talon, they're trying to find the remaining members of RRQ. Axel needs to be picked up as well. They will call himself into the building. The door will be slammed shut so that they can heal him. And now for RRQ. They want to win this fight. Blue is on his way. Mr. Boysil. Okay, Talon. Quite hard for them to stay Boysil. But another nade onto Talon. Ayuk will be the one to be naded down. Looks like RRQ. They have the chance to rush in and they will eliminate the #1 team, Talon.
Hey, and 13 RRQ performing at its best here. Just making sure that this round goes to them. Massive momentum going on for the side of RRQ. Let's see if they can sustain it up until the end of this match. Selcom DG Alliance, the next team to challenge up RRQ. Right now, Leon is holding on to a high ground advantage. Lepar is trying to heal himself up as well. Let's see what kind of maneuver this time we're going to see from RRQ.
When Selcom DG Alliance, they have this high ground against RRQ. Like what you say, how they gonna problem solve this situation? The good news for RRQ is that they are somewhat in the circle or just by the edge of it. But they decide to okay, let's rotate up north because down south is going to be Selcom DG Alliance. Find a way to get in and the rest of them follow through. We still have Assad left behind though, but Eagle is smoked up. So with the Selcom DG Alliance, looks like they found the remaining members of RRQ that escaped. And now Olio will gun them down. Only left with Asa.
Oh man, Selcom DG Alliance also flexing their muscle for that clash. And now we're back to Team Secret here. And they're unleashing havoc up against Selcom DG Alliance. And, well, if we're going to be looking at the situation, yes, they do have the high ground advantage, but Selcom DG Alliance is also kind of very near to the middle of the zone. So it's going to be an interesting stage 6 because we don't exactly know which of them is going to be favored by the circle. So there will be a lot of momentum shifts as well as we head on closer to the latter stages of the map.
Transin almost got Olio. He came into the line of sight of Transin, but Transin was not able to land his shot. That's okay. You'll get a second chance for sure. That high guard against Selcom DG Alliance. Both teams at least within the circle still. A Vampire Esports in between them, which swaps the final player for Vampire Esports. On the north, it's going to be BTR. They've been chilling there. Don't see that many teams. But on the south, we have at least 4 teams on the minimap. So when the circle shifts, that's where things will be havoc. But for Asa, the final member for RRQ trying to survive now. Now we shift forward to Zeros on Team Secret, still looking at the Vikings.
I mean, this is still a great location for Team Secret, potentially assuming points, but they have to make the angles work for them. Here comes Asano. Shutting down, not yet, okay. With the dance-off happening between the two teams, Asa was able to pick that point. Leon's calling out to his teammates, "Save me, guys! Save me!"
Help me! Help me! Oh man, but who's going to help Asa right now? He's all on his own. Okay, somehow found a vehicle. And he's going in for the finish. I doubt that Leons will be able to be helped. Okay, since the circle shift, unless Leo really can make it in time. Don't know about that. Okay, just look at the map. Well, Leo is on his way. He's still evaluating the situation because right now, Asa is being held hostage. Oh, Leo is being held hostage and Asa lost his patience. He will collect that point. 14 eliminations now for RRQ.
I mean, here we go, RQ. Imagine if they played the games just like this one. I guess we will definitely see RQ at a much higher placement. I mean, if they can pull off a chicken dinner in this round, then what's stopping them to pull up chicken dinners in the remaining matches as well?
Well, who knows, right? If Asa can actually beat that one to make this extreme run to get the chicken dinner. Still have 18 players remaining in this round after Transit eliminated Wunti. But that's it. Asa eliminated by Jante from DRS. RRQ's out, but they score a whooping 15 eliminations anyway.
Oh man, that is brutal coming from the side of RQ. I mean, that is definitely huge points in the bag. 6 teams remaining, and we're also stage 6. We're looking at DRS Gaming trying to, of course, put a little pressure onto the side of Celcom Digi Alliance, who is currently staying at the edge of the circle there. DRS in the middle, and they know exactly where to point their guns, which is absolutely incredible because they're gonna need it. They're gonna need it. DRS, they're pretty good at extracting information, but in the meantime, let's check out what is happening between Vampire Esports versus Team Secret. Right now, it's just Shrubs all alone, just trying to confront Team Secret.
Shrubs alone? In the face by GK. That's it for Vampire Esports. And now it puts us in the top 5. DRS, Team Secret, Celcom DJ Alliance, BTR at the final player of Vikings somewhere. Now, for the top 5, only DRS and Team Secret with a full squad. But sometimes that don't mean anything for the chicken dinner. It could be anyone. And they look to change that number as he sprays from the side, dealing a lot of damage on the Killer YT. But Killer YT, he found a corner to heal up.
Yeah, the fact that DRS is already staying in the circle here, they could probably be the best team to score the chicken dinner. But then again, the odds is saying, hey, it is going to be Team Secret. But of course, it all boils down on how good the teams will be when it comes to their execution. Team Secret, they do have the high ground still. But it is already close to the rim of the circle here. So perhaps if stage 7 moves to the middle, could be hard for them to descend.
Yeah. Because like down there is like a lot of open space, right? And the fact that they have been shooting people from that hilltop, then a lot of other teams, they're like sharks right now. They're waiting for them to be forced to go down. There's a likelihood that will happen. So we find that out in about 3 more seconds. And here we go. Yes, it goes to the middle. And like what you said, Team Secret will need to go down now.
Okay, this is pretty standoff-ish. DRS, the only team inside the zone. BTR's taking their time on the northern side. We got Celcom DG Alliance doing pretty much the same thing here. Celcom DG Alliance has been receiving some challenge, of course, coming from Team Secret. But, you know, no connection coming through.
Yeah, not yet. They need to find a connection. You need to find someone opening because there are just so many other teams down there. Okay, they still have 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close, but even that, they have a little bit more time before the blue lands onto them. That this is Break, the final player of Vikings. He will make a breakthrough run now into this building. The name set across on the break, but he should be fine. He's okay now.
And just look at that. Because stage 7 is like, we still got plenty of space to go here. Obviously, those teams doesn't want to come out in the open. Of course, they don't want to be vulnerable to any of the teams that still arrive. But Giante, okay, I do wonder what's going to happen here. I mean, he's in between Break and Trang here. So perhaps Giante, if he commits a mistake here, could potentially get shut down by any of the plays we just mentioned.
And here comes a Break into the compound where DRS is set. What's the challenge? The 3 players of DRS. Breaks the door with a wall. Okay, anyway, he will hold his ground for now because For Cellcom DJ Alliance, they're starting to move forward. And the line of sight of Team Secret tapping away is going to be Frankie, while GK moves down to the lower ground. Into the circle they go. So now they have a representative in the circle. The rest of them that are still up there can follow through.
Ooh, break! Man, he's already out. Same thing goes for Viking. 6 points in the bag, though. That is still a solid number. But there's... Oh, man, just like that, he got shaken down to his core. Hey, look! Goes down as well. Back to the lobby for him, courtesy of DRS. DRS with a whopping 32% of getting that chicken. Southern Digital Alliance already running out of space here. Junior White, you can see, so quite a lot of pressure onto Cellcom. GK as well. There's just a lot of teams here that are pointing their guns up against Cellcom DG Alliance. And there you go, Kasim getting knocked down by Killer White.
And from the side, Killer White team will continue to fire, trying to get Olio. Olio behind the rock, though. And looks like Team Yoki will be able to reach Olio, okay? Able to pick it up now. I know it's really intense, okay? That the things around you shake. Okay, I understand that. Don't worry, people. Calm down. Could be DRS, could be BTR, could be Team Secret, or Cellcom DG Alliance. But speaking about BTR, they don't want the circle, but they have to move forward, and there's a lot of open space. Drugs in will be tapping away onto BTR, almost getting Satan, now trying to end up 10.
Man, BTR doesn't have any options. They don't even have any covers. They're super exposed out there in the open. So it's going to be tricky for Bigachon and Vibe like Tally. Kill YT. Oh man, another point done. Frankie goes out. GK low in HP here. Killer YT continues to dominate. I don't know what Team 6 is going to do in this situation, but I feel like they're also running out of options.
Oh, and comes in, eliminated by Killer YT. Looks like DRS. They're currently in control. What, GK? His nade being cooked up, but I guess it's a bit too far. Now, Killer YT is just going to put focus on the GK. They have to clear their backs before they can focus on the BTR. Maybe BTR can take advantage of this situation. Who knows? GK is being really, really annoying to DRS. They cannot just look at BTR right now. At BTR, they're trying to find an angle on the left side, but not able to yet. Anyway, they're trying to move forward. Oh, Sata! He exploded a vehicle, then knocked down his own teammate.
But hey, I mean, Team Secret, 10 elimination points in the bag. There's a double-digit finish. I think it's still strong. DRS versus BTR now in the end game. 3v3. Okay, so this is going to be a fair fight. Although, BTR, man, they only have a haystack here for them three.
I know, right? Only that haystack, so much space in front. And it seems like they're out of smokes. If not, they would have created a smoke bridge. Now they have to move front. And it's clear to DRS right now where BTR is at 10. Will be the first time to go down to the hands of Jante. Delta will get Razy. And DRS, at the end of the day, will not let go of this opportunity to claim the chicken dinner.
But you know what? There's so many teams that ended the game with double-digit scores, so I can still say that this is a pretty aggressive round that we've seen so far. Match number 21, though, goes to DRS. Again, DRS coming in late in the game, consistent from like the first few zones, not having any conflicts whatsoever. But the moment that they now found or like find an opportunity to bag a lot of points, then that's when they actually struck, which is of course made it all possible by DRS.
Oh yeah, DRS. Finally today we see them scoring this chicken dinner. Now I wonder what are DRS's chances of coming up with a surprise at the top, at the very, very top. That's the numbers that we want to look at later on. But this round, DRS, solid performance by them, coming in with a healthy amount of eliminations, 10 eliminations to be exact. 20 points collected by DRS. And clearly, that's not their first chicken dinner, so who knows that they're close enough to chase Talon.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I mean, they could potentially, but they will have to really step on the gas here. Because Talon Esports, I don't think they're going to give up their top spot. I think that as we get closer and closer to determining just who will be champions here, I feel like They're gonna be even more tactical as we progress. So that means that they're not gonna be making any reckless decision, any rush decisions. They're gonna play this one hardball.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Especially when we look at the numbers later on. If DRS still has that chance with 3 more rounds to go to somehow pull off a surprise at that number 1, I'm sure we'll see the best of DRS. But before we get onto that, we will also would like to congratulate all the other teams that are put here as the teams to watch, including Team Secret and of course RRQ that scored 15 eliminations. They have to be up here for sure. And then BTR, the team that finished second place earlier. RRQ this round, even with their travel distance of only 6,000-ish, full squad time of only 18 minutes 10 seconds, lower than the other team to watch. But the 15 eliminations, RRQ, this round they're just all out guns blazing.
Yep. There were a lot of flashes of brilliance coming from RRQ there, and they were able to sustain that kind of high octane gameplay from this round. It's always going to be, I guess, the same question for me. Again, we're looking for consistency. That's it. Okay, they play this game with a high energy here, just really collecting a lot of points from this round. But then again, they kind of fade from glory the moment that we progress to the following matches. So again, it's really fluctuating. We don't even know, like, again, which team is going to be stepping up. But speaking of stepping up, we got GK from Team Secret putting out 5 elimination points. We got 706 damage output as well, and a total of 27 average survival time, which is huge.
And you know what I love the most about GK is his hairstyle. I will award him the most unique hairstyle this season. It's so memorable. He has that purple, a bit of Thanos feel to it. And it just suits his whole structure, like face structure that is. Looking like a K-pop star if you kind of think about it.
Like an anime character.
Oh yeah, that too.
Anime character here. Pretty dangerous in the battlefield. The fact that he was able to get that MVP title. We're talking about like how many players inside the game, 100, right? So it's great to see that a player is standing out from the rest. And as for the other top performers, we got Nerpeiko as well from RQ, 6 elimination points. We've got a Sitar from BTR and Asa again. So 3 Indonesian players here as our top performers.
Yeah, and 2 of them from RRQ. I think we could have expected this since they had a 15 elimination haul. So expected that there's more than 1 RRQ player up here. Asa and Nerpeiko did very well this round. Match leaderboard. Okay, DRS 20 points. We have calculated that. Team Secret 15 in total. RRQ. Oh, it's 14 eliminations. Okay, that's cool. 15 total points collected. And then we have BTR with 12. Celcom DJ Alliance with 10. But because all these points are pulled towards these top teams, 5 teams did not score a single point. Champions Esports, Trapper Messi, Hora Esports, 7-9, and Alter Ego.
Yeah, and Champions Esports, after coming off of a great play just a while ago, and now they're the first team to be taken out from this round, just like what we said, right? I mean, consistency, obviously they're still fluctuating, but they need to step up now because again, we're talking about the last 2 matches before of course we crown our champions. Longest elimination distance goes to Razy of Bigatron, 371 meters to be exact.
Oh, okay, we didn't get to see him much in action. Okay, but maybe that 1 elimination that he got that gave him a picture, at least on our statue. Now, the numbers that matter. Talent still at number 1, but look at DRS. Yes, this is something that we did talk about. DRS and their chances to take away the throne. What's the gap right now? Okay, I'm doing the quick math. 28 points. DRS, 28-point gap with Talent. 3 more games to go. It is possible for DRS.
Highly, okay, there you go. DRS is doing an amazing job, Team Secret as well. But as for everyone else moving down the list, starting from face to champions, man, they moved further down the rank. Same thing goes for Void Donkey here. And the only 2 teams that had an impressive gameplay from this round, BTR and RQ, 2 Indonesian teams.
Yeah, and the one that is still at number 16, Xavier. Come on, Xavier, we need some fan service from you. Being at number 16, it's kind of weird. At least Xavier, come on, put out some fan service for all of us to cheer for. I also want to put out the fact that 3 more games for Void Donkey. It depends what happens next round. If they can score big, then they'll put themselves in contention. If not, it might be a little bit difficult because, yeah, we just don't have enough more games to go in the grand finals here. But those are the points in the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. We're done with the first half for today. 3 games locked in. 3 more games to go. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Erangel. So do not go anywhere. We'll take a short break.
Final 3 matches now, ladies and gents, and of course, the action is getting hotter, coming from the teams here. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud, and we don't exactly know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, we have been counting down the games for the past few days, and surprise after surprise, like, there's no team that still runs away. And that's actually good news for us. It's not like, the last 3 games don't really matter, that one team has like 100-point gap. Nah, that's not the case. Especially after DRS, they scored that chicken dinner. Now they're at number 3. They put themselves in contention for the number 1 spot. The more teams, the merrier. Let's keep it going until the last game.
Exactly. You know what? I'm just going to keep a close eye on those teams, maybe at top 5. Talon Esports, well, they're still currently at the top, but they cannot get comfortable, to be honest. They cannot get comfortable. Yes, they managed to secure chicken dinner today, but there's just so many other teams They're exerting effort here to make sure that maybe, just maybe, they could snatch the top spot. I mean, DRS, it was a great gameplay all in all. Moving up 6 ranks is no joke here, ladies and gentlemen. It only goes to show that, okay, maybe there were a couple of matches for DRS that did not work to their favor, but during the previous match, oh man, they were able to pull off a great win, hence improving their status in the leaderboards.
And they were not in our top performers. So with this guide here, Face Clan Talent Alter Ego 79 is our top E-Ranker performers as of now. I don't know. I don't know how to look at this one anymore. It's like, do I want to follow this? Do I not want to follow this? Could it be another team?
Oh man. Oh man. Headache. This is headache. You know what? Let me go with Alter Ego Eris. Just let me go. Let me go. No. Let me go with Alter Ego Eris.
It's like, let me go. Let me go. Okay. And production is going for a back-to-back. Okay. Oh. I'll just pick the first name on my mind, right? Like, 7-9, let's lock it in. Bam.
Okay, 7-9. Yeah. A pretty cool team. Sometimes they're uber aggressive and sometimes they're uber passive. So perhaps they're just really taking down some notes here. Okay, if we go aggressive, these are the teams that challenges us. You know, these are the obstacles that we need to pass through. But if we're gonna go for like the passive route, well, sometimes things doesn't really go according to plan, does it? So again, there's a need for you to just really know how to adapt to the game, to show that your team is versatile, and of course, being proactive will definitely help in any match.
I mean, just like our predictions, right? Like, how are we even going to plan this? There's no way. You can base it on the stats, you can base it on just emotions, you can just not think and just pick, and yet still it's so difficult. Oh man. Well, 3 more games to go, including for us to lock in more predictions, especially for Red Queen, who needs to get that 1 point up. Let's head on to it. Erangel, here will come.
Man, I wonder which team here is gonna give me my own chicken dinner. Give me a chicken dinner. Come on. Let's turn the night into a festive one. Match number 22 again. Second Erangel for this evening. Let's see if there's going to be a change in the drop locations here. Are we going to see different teams drop in the military base? Are we going to see Boindonkey challenging up FaZe in that very spot? But you know what? Considering that we have this kind of fly pad, which is a little bit over to the top side of Erangel, perhaps it could be hard, you know, for those teams who love dropping in a military base. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see them go to another area here. And as for those players with the highest damage, we got Sky, we got Nofi, we got Rosemary still lined up for this one. But most eliminations now. Oh man, this is juicy. Sky of Horror.
Yeah, 32. Sharing the same with GK and also another player, and he's starting to show up more in front. Headshots, knockouts. That's a clue, people. That's a clue. But as usual, Yasnaya Brawl again. Talent and Hora Esports. Let's see who will win this one. The earlier fight today, it was Hora Esports who won against Talent. A very quick... Oh no, it was Talent that won against Hora Esports. Let's see if Hora Esports can actually get their revenge. First circle will be split between the North and the main peninsula.
Yep, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Vampire Esports who tried to join in Yasnaya in the previous Erangel. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there were 3 who actually had a fight inside Yasnaya. Let's see if that will happen again. I mean, we still got 1 more Erangel to go before we wrap things up. And there goes the spray there from Sleepy. Okay, what a way to announce that, hey, I'm just over here to the next house.
For a second there, I thought we were done. Okay. But that was fast. But anyway, we're definitely not done. So the Yasnaya fight needs to be settled in, since this area is not in the circle. So for both sides, I would say it's pretty 50-50 in terms of how they spread out. Of course, for like Supreme, he takes a bit more space at the north. And for No Fear, it takes a bit more space at the south to loot up. While the other two players of Hora Esports keeps an eye onto Talent. Talent not making the big moves though. So let's see. We'll give them some time. Oh, there's also another common fight that is in the South Yogo pool. And but this time it seems like it's not happening. So perhaps that Yasnaya fight is still going to be our first and one and only challenge at the early stage.
If I was gonna compare, just with the pace, playoffs versus the grand finals, oh man, it was absolutely crazy during the playoffs, and that made me feel, opening up the matches, day number one of the playoffs, man, it was absolutely crazy up to a point where I felt like, okay, are we already casting the grand finals? But today, like coming into the grand finals, I feel like more teams have gone a little bit passive during the first days. I mean, it's always a quiet stage one for both of the iconic maps.
Yeah, it always feels like depends on what the team's mood are, right? Like RRQ, some rounds you see them like, not really into it. But when they're into it, they bring 14 eliminations. So that's an example there. So we don't know what sort of RRQ will turn up this round. And same goes for the teams at the top, frankly speaking. Some rounds you see like, oh, Talent just going all out. Some rounds you see them getting eliminated early. So sometimes, like, you really don't know. But that's what keeps the overall leaderboard exciting. And with 3 more games to go, we don't have a clear winner yet on who is going to be the crown or to be the champion this season.
Hmm?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But looking at the situation, yes, we do need to see the overall map feed just to check like where teams will be coming from or if there's a fight actually brewing someplace else in E-Wrangle. But in the meantime, still we are at Yasnaya because Horn is still there, Talon is still there. They're not really going in for a push. I mean, no matter how many times that we have gone through E-Wrangle and for how many times Talon Esports challenge up Hora, I think by now they already know, like, okay, from which area they're gonna go for inside Yasnaya. And just look at that, Sky picking up that information. He knows exactly where to throw the nade, and Boyfield didn't even see that one coming.
Oh, and here comes the rush in by Sky onto the second floor. He will secure that elimination point, knifing down Boyfield. The Sky is caught, and Ayuk will gun him down. And your best friend, aka Yoru, eliminating Sky. So it looks like Mr. MVP for Hora Esports out fairly early this round.
Oh.
It's down to the rest of Hora Esports to try to get that revenge for him.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Another one bites the dust. Ayok. Second player to be taken down by Supreme this time, I believe. No Fear's cooking up another nade here. Your best friend was able to heal. They got No Fear still holding a nade in his hand. He knows exactly perhaps where your best friend is. I think so. Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, he does. That's why he sends his nade on top. No knock. Oh, in fact, no damage. Okay, maybe he hid behind the room or behind the wall. And second nade onto your best friend. It's still not connecting. Third nade onto the other room. Yep, not there. Okay, that's a C4 there. Locked in by Sleepy. But he will show up on the other side. And looks like they won't have the time to pick up their teammate. It looks like a bleed out will happen here. And Ayuk will need to be let go.
Oh man, okay, unfortunate series of events now happening up against the Talon. Okay, down to 1 player. Rather, here comes Axel with a DBS on hand here, trying to put down Sleepy. But Sleepy trying to find that right opening to point his gun towards this last remaining player. Axel now receiving a lot of damage. He goes up the second floor, and the hunt is about to begin. And Axel just got the axe from No Fear.
Oof. Okay, so looks like Hora Esports won this one. So today itself is 1 win apiece for each side. And finally, they can continue to loot and focus on to getting the circle because stage 1 is about to close and the blue should be on top of them soon. Whew. But now that they will be facing a late rotation, they need to expect teams taking prime spots in the circle now. Alter Ego including getting into the circle already, and looks like they choose to take the shooting range area since the circle is still 50-50. Uh, whether you park yourselves in the north of shooting range-ish area or down south where the Saber is at, the Gaka Mountain, you need to be prepared to rotate to the other side if the circle shifts away.
Oh man, looking at the situation here, I just know that Tribe will definitely hit up Alter Ego. Probably Void Donkey as well. BTR might be even have a chance like to join the mix just because of like how they're positioned on the map. I do wonder though if Hora will be taking the fight up against Champions Esports just because they will be the ones coming from Yasnaya and Champions is actually traveling to get across the zone here. And there's a big chance that they will come up behind the Champions Esports, so there might be a cleanup that will happen over to the east side. But Tribe remains on screen with a drive-by. Okay, now goes in for the massive spray up against Alter Ego Rares, and Alter Ego Rares losing some members, but that was a great counter though coming from Alter Ego. Can Rosemary seal the kill?
Ooh.
Yes, oh man, XYZ going down hard from inside that vehicle rig. Needs to make things happen for Tribe.
Okay, Rosemary rushes now. Rosemary takes a lot of damage, but Rosemary is still able to get a knock. Rosemary is back.
Yes, he's back again. Alva knocked down. We got Wunty getting out of the game here. Alva, man, got shot down by Atomic Champions Esports. Also confirmation coming through that Alva out of the game here. 14 teams remaining. We're still looking at Atomic over here. Now we're switching sides to Vikings Esports. We got Tins on screen hunting down Team Secret. Okay, he was going for the nade there, but since his enemy actually stepped away from that one, then he actually, okay, I'm gonna manage this nade. I'm gonna manage resources. I'm not gonna waste this one.
And the team that's currently on the northern side, Vikings. North Jogopool, that is actually a good position to be in now that the circle is centered around the area of North Jogopool. So all these teams on the south, we need to plan how to move forward. As for Team Secret, they found RRQ, Gen Force eliminated. These teams, they are rotating right now, and Team Secret, they're guarding this bridge. Being the gatekeepers, this is a good spot for Team Secret. Essentially picking up a couple of points from rotating teams from the south. So the teams, they don't want to take this bridge or passing by the bridge. They can still make a long rotation towards the right in. I mean, in stage 2, if there's any blue there, they can still tank a bit. That's fine.
He knows exactly that there's a team there. But he couldn't find the right angle, so perhaps he's just gonna go for trigger discipline and not expose his location. But as for Champions Esports, they're still trying to go for a reposition here to get inside the zone. Rosemary, on the other hand, it's a solo flight for him. 3 casualties for Alter Ego errors. But you know what? I'm even looking forward at how this thing is going to go down for Rosemary just because I know he could still pull off a win. Possibly.
Okay. Putting hope onto Rosemary, the one and last player. Still with a lot of other players left. But okay, the next challenge is for him to overcome this circle. The Xavier made their way towards the northern side and they found a compound to park themselves in North Jogopool. While we check out the next phase of the circle soon, Bauja will be taken out by Razak, eliminated by Gachor. And here is the circle. Okay. Ooh, wow. There's still a lot of water in this and a percentage of South Jogopool. Oh, this is insane. This is an insane circle.
It is. And we love this kind of circle just because of the fact that teams is gonna be harder for them, to deal with this kind of situation. But of course, it will force them to, make a performance for us, and that's what we came for, right? Okay, so we got a portion of like whatever land from south side, and from up north, it's just like a half, and right down there in the middle is a big river. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen as it will turn out to be a bloodbath for sure. Coming off the kill feed though, it's Natty T versus Vikings. He's down on the floor, and Champions Esports, man, they're looking to join the play as well.
Yeah, here comes Champions from the north. Nobody's going to stop them from coming in, but another team's actually following Champions. So the Champions have to play the defensive role. For Vampire Esports, they're on the other side. Schweppes knocks down Razak while he was trying to get in. And Schweppes will finish him off. Gangzin will get Vexy, Void Donkey within North Jogopol. That continues on, doesn't get a good clear shot. But it's okay, he's not in the rush yet. Look at the teams in North Jogopol, and the name by Gangzin will knock down Potato. But got choice together with him. Should be okay for now. Second nade by Transit will not connect. And Transit, he really wants to finish up the job. He's making the rush in alone.
I really thought Void Donkey has, already decided that, hey, we're going to be the ones, like being at the top of the board here. But Void Donkey, okay, was able to shut down a player. And now he has a chance to pick up a teammate as well. But you know what? BTR will not, of course, give up. This is an opportunity for them to dominate, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But Potato have already been picked up by Gakor here. So I do wonder if Void Donkey will be retaliating at this point. They started off really strong, and we need them to do that again.
Yeah, we need them to do that again against BTR. Now with Hansel sends a nade onto the second floor. Hansel's nade will connect on the Gachor. And now Potato is going to be the last man standing here. For Void Donkey, the captain, again needs to show a captain's performance. Satar, nade on the second floor will not connect yet. It's still a good time for them to rush. But they're not doing that, allowing Potato to pick up that job.
Okay, here we go. Here comes the attack now. After all of the nades that have been sent his way, we've got Void Donkey defending themselves up against Pikachu by Vitality. Gakor goes down hard. Same thing goes for Satar. Satar getting burned alive. Kent right now picking up his teammate. Void Donkey eliminated with only 2 points in the bag. 6 seconds now before the zone closes in.
And speaking about the zone closing, we'll see the next closure. It should have still a decent amount of water. Yes, it will. But if you get water in this circle, RRQ no circle at all. There's going to be a lot of focus on the North Jogopol now with Team Secret Darius putting his line against these Xavier. Parajin rushing in. And Parajin will get his target. His teammates will be back up soon, but hey, hang on a second. It could be a rushing in by Team Secret. Here comes Frankie. Frankie! Will take out Parajin, eliminating the Xavier.
Frankie, man, that was an awesome job. In an instant, he was able to shut down the enemy with a DBS, I believe. Yes, it was a DBS. It was a shotgun kill. 12 teams remaining. Stage 4, 18 seconds on the clock. We got Sky again getting eliminated from the game, but Horror Esports now flashing their 4 points in the pocket, so they're still, showing us a solid performance nonetheless. Horror continues to have this fight up against Champions Esports, as we called it out moments ago. Atomic cooking up a nade here as well. Let's see, they can be accurate with a shot. That is still a question mark. We got Frankie back on the screen, cooking up a nade of his own, but coming off the kill feed, it's Chopper. Not gonna go for a shot as he gets down, knocked down on the ground. Same thing goes for Dewey.
And Horror Esports, they're dominating with 5 elimination points now with their own compound within the North Jogopol. Team Secret only down to Frankie, thanks to D Xavier earlier on. He'll be staying quiet in this apartment for now. And don't expect him to be making those big moves. You just try to get as close as possible to the center of the circle and stay put there. And majority of the teams here have already got their own compound. Now, the question is RRQ. Last we saw them, they are on South Jogopol. It's a matter of timing till they have to cross over anyway. But by the time they reach North Jogopol, all of these compounds have been taken.
All right, here we go. Example. Just maybe giving off some warning shots. Same thing goes for Kill YT. Abalja from Champions has already been taken out of the equation as well. They're now playing it with just 3 of them, just a trio. Selcom DG Alliance in the complete squad with Lion put in a point in the bag for the team. They are also surrounded by some players coming from Vikings as well, and even Team Secret. You can see that Leon has already spotted teams from that building, but it all is just some pre-fire, coming from Selcom DG Alliance.
And right now by the side, there's one player for Vampire there. Okay, that's Newsy. Okay, alone. Okay, his team is out the inner side, hugging the beach side. Okay, but BTR they send out Hunt still. Because they know that Newsy is there. Okay, he goes behind Newsy. And now Newsy. Oh, he cannot even show himself. The moment he step up, he takes that damage. And Hansel, this will be easy work by Hansel. Newsy will be gunned down. Nice active move there by BTR.
Mm-hmm. Always have to make all the advantages work on your side, and somehow, if it doesn't, even if all the odds is, are actually against you, you still have to find a way to dominate. That's just the name of the game here. Map feed, ladies and gents. We got Musi down on the floor here. They're the ones pretty close with Vidicon by Vitality. We also got a couple of players from Vampire Esports trying to make their way in, but they could be greeted though by Vikings. So let's see what's going to happen. But for Bigatron, I'm sensing that they have already gotten a whiff of the situation we're in. Like vampires might be the ones to shut them down the moment that they decide to step inside the circle.
Yeah, I don't think the vampires will be a threat to BTR now. So BTR can just focus on to moving forward, especially after taking out Newsy. Because last we saw the other members of BTR, they are by that beach side. So they won't be interrupting as much. As much as RRQ that is currently at this bridge, and probably BTR didn't expect that. So long range now by Lapar, trying to find his next target. Not able to get it since now BTR, they're on extra alert with the fact that RRQ is here.
Mm-hmm. Nerpeco, okay. I mean, his location doesn't even guarantee that he'll be able to shut down players. I mean, it's pretty exposed. If he can find out, if he is actually seen by the other players, I think it'll be easy for them to put him down, from this location. But let's see, because everyone might be looking at a different direction here. Below RQ would be the guys of Vampire Esports. They're actually below the bridge. But Nerpeco, okay, already spotted one from Vampire. Now he's just waiting for him to expose himself, and Nerpeco's definitely go for it.
And Napeco, I'm not sure if he knows that Vampire is right down there though. But he can take his time, he's in circle. Okay, now he sees traps. Okay, it's just a matter of getting a good clear shot, but he's not in a hurry. More importantly is for his teammates to get in the circle. They choose to jump into the water. I guess that bridge is no longer safe. Okay, now Napeco. Clearly able to pull the trigger against traps. And he gets trapped. Just pulled out his weapon. I'm not sure if he saw Napeco, but anyway, it was just too late. Napeco got him first.
I think there was even a little hesitation there from Nerpeco. Maybe he is getting some waiting for a go signal, from the rest of the team. Am I supposed to take him down? And now because he already saw Vampire there from that spot, but still waited for a little time before he actually shuts him down. But in the meantime, we're looking at FaZe. 2 casualties now. It's just Canary and Red Bull tandem playing for FaZe. We can see that Red Bull is, of course, going up against M9 here. He just threw in a molly, but completely missed the target. So let's see what's going to happen next. I mean, they're safe. They're inside the zone here. We can see a lot of buildings from this specific area. But as for Vampire Esports, I feel like another player actually went down.
And who's next is going to go down. Okay. Next circle. Oh, Frankie, what an angle against RRQ. Oh, man. So difficult for them. Now Napeco is down. And surely the circle will go to shore. Let's see how much water left. Just a mere maybe 1%, not significant enough. And even that Vampire is there. If RQ goes towards underneath the bridge, Vampire will be waiting to seek revenge. But if they go towards the left side where Asa is swimming to, then but he can still dock himself for sure. But the moment he go up towards the road, that's where BTR will be waiting.
Asa. Okay, Asa has been put down. Tony K is throwing a nade, adding pressure onto the side of RQ here. Nerpeco just got picked up. But it's gonna be hard for them to defend themselves because they won't have a chance to pull out their guns. They're under the water here. And at some point, they will have to go for air. And Tony is just going to wait here. There you go. Massive spray. Coming from Yala as well. Getting the points. and I think that's the end of the line for RQ.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports, they got their revenge. You took out swept. Now we'll pick up the remaining of your team, including now Lapar. Even if he hides behind that bridge, still he's on the outside, and the blue is closing. So it's either he gives himself away to the blue, or Vampire Esports will get the point. So obviously, between the two, Lapa might want to deny away the point and is swimming away from Vampire Esports. And we can see Vampire Esports, they don't want to let that point go. They're in the water, they're trying to locate Lapa. And there you go, Tony K will not waste that point.
Yeah, he could have denied the point, right? But he actually swam and just literally tried to hide, from Vampire Esports. Unfortunately, Vampire Esports was just really relentless. Giante! Oh man, received a lot of damage, and now he is suffering from it, facing the ground here. Perhaps they can still resuscitate Giante at this point. Probably they still have time here. GK, however, got knocked down this time by BTR, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, BTR. Oh man, okay, I mean, was that No Fear? No Fear was able to receive some damage as well from that nade coming from Champions Esports. And just look at that. Example, Delta, they do have that high ground as well, potentially shutting down both teams here.
Oh, they're going to rush in on the Champions, but Champions, they're ready for it. One shot nade on the Supreme knocks him down, and they will stop Hora Esports from that rush. Another nade by Urkas. Short range, Atomic will send them back to the lobby. Now it's only No Fear left. Looks like the charge in failed for Hora Esports, and No Fear will stay put in his apartment.
You know what? They weren't even expecting to be, for DRS to be at that top. So it was easy for them to shut down Hora from that point. But Team Secret getting eliminated as well with 6 points in the back here. Tony K just got rushed, but it was so amazing. He wasn't even, damaged from that attack. I mean, obviously, teams missed a look at that corner to where Tony K is actually hiding.
Yeah, and he took advantage of that by knocking down another player. What quick moves there by Tony K. Now, speaking about movements, 7-9 is making his move against Tony K. He's going to share the same apartment. Circle moves towards the northern side where Cellcom DJ Eliza said BTR will come in unchallenged. They have their own apartment now. Now it's all about settling the score at the southern side. Where Drake is there, Tony K is there. And Olio, he sees the members of Vikings. He will try to stop them from moving further forward. And the fight will continue on. Looks like Killer YT got Yuhai instead.
This is already a nerve-wracking situation for all the 8 teams remaining here for stage number 7. They're so close to one another, although they do have a building for themselves that they can hide from. But you know what? It's not going to stop BTR from shutting down Leon and second DG Alliance. Let's see what Kaling is going to do in this situation. But Leon's, unfortunately, oh man, already out of the game as well. BTR still in the full squad here. Sem9 is trying to play tag with Tony K of Vampire Esports, definitely hunting him down. Trexy, he needs to get picked up here, so it's 2v1 between Tony K and Sem9.
Yeah, Tony K somehow is still holding on to this. But Mika might want to stop playing tag with him. Oh, that nade just on the outside of this wall. Tony K is out of throwables, especially nades. He only has 3 smokes. Okay, he knows that Sem9 is across the room. Okay, they move from room to room. Now Tony K shows himself with a shotgun. And Tony K, 3 more bullets left. 2 players from Sem9, good enough to take care of Tony K.
7 teams now. We're looking at 7 teams. Just look at their positions, ladies and gents. Vikings is busy with Sem9. Cellcom DG Alliance is busy with DRS and Champions Esports. We also got Red Bull getting knocked down. Canary is the only surviving member here. Oh, and what a turn of events. Kino also down as the last surviving member for Champions Esports. But they did, however, manage to bring 5 points for the whole team, which is a decent number, I can say. Sem9, however, was able to move forward from this building to another. We got break on screen here with a massive S12K. Oh, 2-piece! That was a 2-piece shot!
Oh, looking for more right now while the Blues putting pressure onto the Mika will be got down by Superman! Looks like Vikings might get the better of Sem9 even though they only have 2 players. Now it's only Yuhai left. Yuhai 1v2 with his own starting to close onto him as well. Brick knows that he's on the outside. He sees Yuhai and Yuhai eliminated. Vikings wins the fight against 7-9.
Why are you running away? You cannot turn your back. Are you guys not entertained? Man, we are hella entertained just because of the fact that we now down to 5 teams remaining here for stage number 8. We got DRS at the topper, followed by BTR. We also got Seedle, of course, Vikings and Champions Esports. Now, obviously, BTR, DRS, they do have the number advantage, but Celcom DG Alliance, they do have the momentum as well. As for Vikings, man, it was a great back and forth trade with a lot of teams that surrounded them and actually tried to bring them down, but they still managed to survive. But this time is going to be against BTR. One player knocked down for the side of Vikings here. Could this be the end for them?
They're on the other side of the road though, and Superman can still pick up Brick. They should be okay, but their next challenge is to cross that road. BTR is keeping a close eye on the Vikings. The end for the Vikings, unless they can create a smoke bridge at least. That will give them a second lifeline. Or BTR. They're being challenged by other teams and they get busy. But for now, BTR still looking at the Vikings. With Zone starting to close onto the Vikings, they have to cross right now.
Okay, here we go. Vikings is really thinking hard on how to approach the situation. I mean, even if they're down to just 2 players, I think they still have a chance to bag the chicken here. But of course, it's gonna take a lot of effort and a lot of outsmarting their opponents in stage number 9. We still got 5 teams here, and it's a great thing to see that we still got 5 teams going at each other.
And now DRS and Celcom DG Alliance sharing the same building. And we are at stage 9, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the last hoorah here, even for Vikings. Trying to cross the road. They created the smoke bridge. Break managed to break it across. Now it's only down to Superman. Is he able to get through? Yes, he will. Okay. He survives this one. He's safe for now. Oh, but not for long as Razy tagged him.
Okay, Superman was able to hide himself, so he could be potentially be picked up by his teammate here. Let's see what's going to happen next as Kino tries to move in. Oh man, he finds and Superman was able to get that point on for himself as well. 3 now for Kino. In his pocket, we got Break cooking up a nade here, trying to avenge his fallen comrade. Kino picking himself up as well. Kasim reloaded and, of course, healing himself. But Example is there to try to take him out. But they still couldn't find each other in the same building.
Are you ready for the final moment, ladies and gentlemen? Gante gets Jimmy OP. Jimmy OP eliminated by Example. Kino is very low. He will heal up. But he have to jump that wall on the left side. Now for the Vikings. Can you believe it? Break is still alive here. Now going up against BTR. He has to take this question. Goes up to the second floor. He finds Leo while he was rushing up. He totally didn't expect that, but he was ready with the SLK.
Breaking solo. Here we go. Intense fight from Vikings. Even if he's all alone in the situation, it's not even stopping him at this point. And now BTR is hunting him down. And you know what? DRS is coming into play as well in the same building. This is a 3-way happening right now between these teams. DRS flushing them out. The BTR still continues to put up a great defense here. And just look at that. Kino is interested to join the mix as well.
Oh, here comes BTR. Can just finish off Break. That is it for the Vikings. BTR now at least 5 elimination points. Gante gets one for himself. Now DRS getting into the building looking for the other targets. While Kino to find a player of Champions Esports around the corner. But DRS all in focus on to BTR. Here comes the blue as well. They saw Kino on the other side. Kino showing himself. Now Kino has no win. But Kino denies himself away to the blue. Now it's between BTR and DRS. And the final blow came from DRS. The real soldiers, they want the #1.
Oh, we are looking at a famished DRS. The real soldiers getting another chicken. Second chicken dinner, a back-to-back chicken dinner, and production gets a point too. Are you kidding me?
There you go, production gets a point. 5 points for production and 2 chicken dinners. Back-to-back for the real soldiers. Last we checked, they were in contention for the #1, and with this back-to-back, who knows, with the amount of points collected, they could be at #1.
If I'm not mistaken, Talon had an early altercation in the game, so maybe there's a big possibility that they exited the game with perhaps low LMs or maybe none at all. So this could be the reason why DRS might be able to snag that top spot from Talon Esports. So things are already getting interesting. Okay, we still got 2 matches, of course, and we are excited to start them off. But in the meantime, we're looking at DRS still celebrating their victory here. Match number 22 in Erangel. If we're gonna look at the stats here, everyone did their part.
Yeah, with a total of 8 eliminations, it's 18 points collected. So to the best of my memory, probably not yet #1. But surely they are super duper close with the top. But it also depends on how many points that the other team scored in this round. Something for us to take note of later. And the fact that we have 2 other rounds today. DRS, man, this could be their moment. Let's remember as well, DRS at some point they are a page 2 team. This is the theme, the rise of the page 2.
The rise of the page 2, I like that. Okay. I mean, we are expecting those teams on second page to have that resurgence, so to speak. Because we've loved them to give some challenge, for those teams at the top. Now, after the Erangel match, we are looking at BTR as well, Champions Esports, and Vikings. But we also, I think, have to commend the fact that Break, even if it was all alone in that situation, I feel like adrenaline in his veins and just really tried to do his best to survive. Unfortunately, there were 2 squads trying to hunt him down, and it's understandable why Break was not able to defend himself properly. I mean, there's just like too much guns pointed at him.
Well, even though a lot of guns pointed at Kino and Kent, they're still able to be up here to be compared head to head. So 4 eliminations for Kino, 3 for Kent. And when it comes to damage output, it's still going to be Kino. Again, another player for Champions Esports, always showing up in his stats. But the MVP this round is Break from the Vikings, the one that led the charge, opening up the smoke bridge to survive the side shot from BTR, coming in with 4 eliminations and 901 damage.
Ooh, Break! Look at that. Clean cut, ladies and gents. 4 elimination points for this guy. They did their best, Vikings, I can also consider this as one of the dark horses that we have. Unfortunately, though, they struggled a bit. Day 2 and day number 3, it was hard for them to pick up the pace. But, they also showed quite a strong performance during the playoffs. And I can still say that Wundt is very effective with Vikings. Maybe they still have to work on their synergy. They still have to work on with their rotations. But all in all, I can say that Vikings obviously has that great potential.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? They are pitted amongst these giants, but still able to stand their ground. Top performers individually, we have Break, Kino, Gyante, and Rosemary. Welcome back. All right, that will make the race for the MVP interesting later on. But what's interesting, of course, is the points collected by DRS right now. 18 points collected. And then you got BTR, 12 points. Champions Esports also here with 12 points. And good news for everyone. Everyone at least ended this round with 1 point.
Yes, you are right. Okay, at least, no team exited the game empty-handed. And it's gonna be an interesting final 2 matches here. Up next is our last Erangel this evening before we hop onto Miramar to finish the tournament and see who will win the entirety of the games. As for Balja, okay, 155 meters as the longest elimination distance, and 289, close to 300. By far, that is this is actually the biggest number in throwables used in the match.
You spoke about numbers. Now DRS is only 11 points from the top. 2 more games to go. Oh man, so interesting. Vampire Esports, a third place, 150 points. They are 16 points away from Talon as of now. And I want to point it out earlier on, Talon didn't really do well this round, only managed to secure 1 point. That opened up the door to teams like DRS to close that gap. So 2 more games to go. I mean, even up to like Team Secret, they could still do it. Maybe even Champions face Alter Ego if they can score big, even Hora Esports if they can score big in the next round. So the next round might determine if some of these teams will still be in the running.
DRS obviously just needs 11 points, right? 11 points to take over Talon Esports. Okay, it's pretty interesting. From the second page, BTR moving up to 124 here, Sem9 with 1, and Vikings again moving up 1 rank. And just look at that. The only team that has a double-digit score would be D-Saber at 83. So, at this point, Sir Cloud, do you think with the final 2 matches that we have before we wrap, of course, Season 10, do you think D-Saber is going to show up?
Well, at least they have to make 100 points in the pool because everyone else had. But before we see our following match and maybe D-Saber to do it, we'll take a short break, people. We'll see you guys after this. DRS back to back, and now they're number 2 with only a handful of points against Talon. So let's see if they can snatch this one away from the hands of Talon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitation Showdown Season 10. And what a run DRS is having.
Oh yeah, and just because DRS won a back-to-back winner chicken dinner, I'm so amazed by the fact that our viewers actually reached 34,000 just moments ago.
Wow, 34,000! Man, you guys are insane. You guys are amazing. Here to watch your favorite teams, especially when DRS got that chicken dinner. And also, these are the amazing teams as well. Our top Iranga performers, Space Clan, Talon, BTR, and Alter Ego. But so far today, none of these 4 teams scored the chicken dinner. So we might be seeing a team outside of these top 4 Iranga performers to take it away. And this is, of course, going to be the final Iranga for this season. Predictions, of course.
I feel like DRS is in the mood now because it was a back-to-back win, and it's, you know, like from Erangel, right? So since we're going to have another Erangel, perhaps they could replicate the same thing. So I'm gonna go Luck and DRS.
Okay. I would have picked them as well, not gonna lie there. But since Ray Queen picked them, I'm gonna go for someone else. Okay. It's been a while since we've seen this team scoring a chicken dinner. So let's bring on Vampire Esports.
Vampire, huh? What happened, Vela? We're waiting for production. DRS as well. Wow, they have this much faith. I do wonder though, because okay, Nepal teams, DRS, they've done this multiple times, right? Ending a day with 2 to 3 chicken dinners. I wonder if today another team from Nepal can do the same thing. Can Hora, can Tribe step up to the gameplay and maybe score a back-to-back winner with a chicken dinner as well? I mean, if DRS can pull it off, why not Tribe and Hora as well?
Well, is that a hint to change your prediction?
Nah, I'm sticking with DRS because I feel like they have this mission to dethrone Talon Esports. So that's the thing I'm seeing, you know, getting into the final Erangel this evening.
Okay. Whew, and if they can do that, it will be crazy. Because in the finals, DRS have not held the number 1 before. And not only that, at some point, they were also at page number 2. And fans were a little bit worried. It's like, oh, why DRS page 2 and all that. And all of a sudden, steady climb. And today itself, 2 chicken dinners. Now they are very, very close. So whatever they're going to do this round, they also have to make sure that they do well in the following round, because overall, the competition up there is still tight.
It is tight, and also, you know, the numbers here for the prediction is tight as well. I mean, I haven't scored my own points, but production already has a total of 5. Story Cloud has 4, and now I'm banking on DRS to give me that point here. I mean, I'm running out of chances here, ladies and gents. Help me score a point. So I'm really looking at you, DRS, to give me that point. So I want you guys to spam all the blue hearts there to show love and support, not just to me, but for DRS as well.
Yeah, don't make Red Queen becomes the only person or the first person so far to not score anything at all the entire season. Okay, let's not let that happen. Okay, let's not let that happen. At least one. 2 more chances. 2 more chances.
Just one. Give me one.
Just one, right? Just one. Just get it off the books.
It's funny. Okay, all right, okay. Again, we'd love for you guys to let us know which team you think is gonna win this time. Now that we're down to the final 2 matches here in the final Erangel, I do wonder if you guys still are banking on DRS, or perhaps you guys are going for Alter Ego Errors, maybe BTR, because BTR, I mean, every time we cast a tournament for Ruthless, they're also one of the teams here to bring, you know, a lot of supporters, big fandom as well. So I do wonder if we do have fans there for BTR. Come on, make your presence felt.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of BTR fans as well watching this. I mean, it's BTR we're talking about. Arguably one of the biggest fan base around. So say hello, fans of BTR, so that we know that how many of you are actually in the comments. But what we do know is you Rango. Let's fly.
Ooh, here we go. Okay, final chance to go berserk here in the OG map. Match number 23 again. This is the last day of the grand finals, ladies and gents. Two more chances for the team to make it happen. And two more chances for DRS, of course, to dethrone Talent Esports. So this is Nepal coming after the top spot, which is Indonesia. Can that happen?
And now Tony K is the most eliminations player. But most knockout player is still Rosemary, but Killer YT is catching up. He has the same amount of knockouts as Rosemary. Sky from Hora Esports shares the same 9 headshots with Rosemary and Schwupps from Vampire Esports. And for highest damage, it is now Sky in front, a kick of Rosemary, followed by his teammate No Fear.
I do wonder, after 2 matches here, Sirka, do you think, which of the 3 players do you think is going to get the MVP title? Do you think it's going to be Sky? Do you think it's going to be Rosemary? Or do you think it's going to be Tony K?
It's going to be a hard one for Rosemary, right? I mean, we'll probably only see him like having a good moment like once, and that's about it. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. I have a gut feeling that Rosemary won't be the FMVP after this.
Ooh, okay, all right. Hopefully, Rosemary's not listening to the live stream. Because, I mean, like, he went hellish during day number 1 of the grand finals with an amazing number of elimination points all by himself. You know, he even reached the end zone by himself, trying to take care of 2 players against him. It's just so unfortunate he wasn't able to bag the chicken dinner because he missed to actually shut down a player there. But anyway, looking at Horror Esports right now going up against Talon. Yok already down, so they do have a slight advantage up against the opposition, which is of course Talon.
Yeah, here we go again. The last Yasnaya fight that's going to happen for this season. And XL will be finished off by No Fear. 2 more players for Talent that Hora Esports is looking for. Sky chasing, he's at the top floor. Opens the door to the left side. He actually jumped down. Yeah, there you go. Your best friend back on the ground floor. While Boychill is keeping an eye on the other side. Okay, he sees 1 player.
Oh.
He pulls the trigger, but not able to connect it. Your best friend will fall to the hands of No Fear. Boychill fights back, getting supreme.
Okay. If Horror Esports eliminates Talon, then it'll be easy for DRS to maybe take over the throne. Okay, that could be the case, right? I mean, Horror Esports still a complete squad here, and we're looking at Boysil, their last surviving member. He's definitely gonna get hunted at this point because he doesn't have anywhere else to go. But perhaps he could flip the script, shutting down No Fear in this exchange. But No Fear might be waiting for the rest of the team here to come and help him take care of business.
Oh, Boychill now, the Lone Ranger for Talon. It's going to be quite a challenge if he's fast getting 1. He gets 2, and he will get the 3rd one. And Hora Esports will seal the deal inside the final Yasnaya fight against Talon. And with Talon eliminated, just saying, DRS, Vampire, Team Secret, and all those teams below has a good chance.
Oh man, yeah, that is absolutely true. Talon getting eliminated at stage 1 paves the way for DRS to take over the throne. But let's see if they can do just that. You know, it could still be hard, right? Since we are just at stage 1 here, we've still got more teams, you know, plenty of teams to go through. And it all boils down on, like, if DRS will be making a series of good decisions. But anyway, we're looking at DRS on screen. They are in between Celcom DG Alliance, pretty close to the circle. They could potentially even gatekeep, you know, Champions Esports, since they're perfectly capable so of doing so. Bigatron, they're already in the middle of the map by Rozok. We always know that BTR always does that, right? They love getting into the middle. And I think that formula works for BTR because they just know that a lot of teams will be headed towards that direction. And since they're going to come and claim a prime spot, I think that's where the challenges would come, for the side of BTR. I mean, they're so confident with their skills and of course IQ, their gameplay, outsmarting their opponents, and there's no problem for BTR. When it comes to pulling off a great win up against anyone in the lobby.
Yeah, and if VTR wants to step on the gas to come up with a surprise at number one, this round it has to be like super big for them, and then next round, and that is super explosive round for VTR. If this round is a regular round for them, maybe just a handful of points, then the next round will just be playing for pride for BTR. And speaking about a team playing for pride, okay, we have D Xavier on screen here. 83 points, the only team to still be at 2 digits. Super unusual position for D Xavier to be at. But I recall, like during the playoffs, right, when D Xavier was performing, they actually played Chua in the lineup. So in the finals, we haven't seen much of Chua. So I wonder, is that the factor for D Xavier, the fact that they kind of missed Chua?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, still, it bothers me, to be honest. Like, Wunti actually transferring to Vikings after playing with D Savior. Again, with just like how he complemented the whole game style and how he blended in with the synergy and the chemistry, all in all, it doesn't really make sense to me why they actually drop Wunti. But anyway, okay, everything can be explained the moment that perhaps teams get into the official tournaments. But we're looking at Alter Ego Errors going up against Horror Esports, who just came from a fight. So I do wonder if Alter Ego Errors is already prepped up, if they do have everything they need inside their backpacks to go up against Horror Esports.
Yeah, but Horror, they have to leave Sleepy behind. Oh, no. Okay, they brought Sleepy together, so they will heal up Sleepy there at the safest spot. So that's lucky enough for them. But here's D Xavier. Okay, the opportunity to gain those points to at least be in the 100-digit mark, and it will start off by knocking down Jimmy OP. Here comes Leon to provide extra support to his teammates. Lamborghini taking his time to heal up, while Levi's will charge forward. Ade Luke needs to heal as well. And Leon's joining the fray. Kasim, aka Jimmy OP, will be eliminated by Nati.
Here we go. This is not a good spot though from Leon. There you go. There will be other teams that would gun them, that is for sure. Trexie coming into play as well. He was the one who bagged a point from Southern Digital Alliance. Levi's taking a hit. Coming from a Leo, Nadiki would love to come for the rescue. Let's see if D Savior can turn the tables up against Salcom. Levi's already out of the game here. We can see that Nadiki scraped up a nade, but Lamborghini got shut down by Oleo from behind.
Jim with the DBS. On the other side, that's Lamborghini will be finished off by Oleo. Looks like D Xavier only have these two players against Ade, Luke, and Oleo. And they're cooking up this nade. They have to be careful as well because last we saw 7-9 is on the outside. So if they overstep this compound, they could be cut down by 7-9. And here's the circle while we wait for more commotions to happen. Two teams inside main base, Space Clan and RRQ. Crossing over to the bridge, unchallenged. Nobody's gatekeeping them. Circle, it's going to be a nice one as it pulls back onto the main peninsula.
Okay, but they're so close to each other here. I mean, everyone's just right up behind one another. In the meantime, we're still gonna look at what is happening with Salcom and D Savior because the fight is not over just yet. K-Look still trying to find an opening here. He's been getting some damage as well from the teams outside of this compound. Loving to join into the mix here. Our Leo still also trying to find an angle. Nanity obviously low in HP. I mean, both teams couldn't find their targets.
Yep, okay. Parjim finally found his target. That is Oleo. Now the other look at Parjim will make good work out of him. And that is D Xavier winning fight against Southcom DG Alliance. BTI to fight against M9. Kent now bleeding out. Took damage from the molly earlier on. but teammate is on his way to pick him up. Razy receives damage, knocked out by Razak for Donkey.
Okay, here we go. Vox, hands together, fighting Sim9 off of this compound here. We got Hands and Vox trying to heal up, just making sure that they're at 100% here. Hands went in for a spray with a micro Uzi, but it's going to be hard though because they haven't licked their wounds just yet, and Sim9 is about ready to destroy them. Mika healing himself up as well, raising low in HP, and here we go. The attack coming from Yuhai wasn't able to shut down Vox for that exchange, but Yuhai low in HP as well, but was able to seal the deal. And there you go, beaten off by Vitality is no more.
What a wraparound by Yuhai there to take out the remaining members of BTR. Sim9 will not go down without a fight. That's the message. And now for the other teams in the circle, we have the Vikings here around the area of school. Oh, Sim9, they have new visitors in the name of Team Secret. Okay, hopefully they have resetted themselves. Mika now healing up together with Traxi. And Team Secret, all 4 players. Now they're taking the active approach against Sim9. They're ready with their nades.
Zerus 007 Frankie, okay. Applying pleasure onto Sim9. I do wonder where the rest of Sim9 is. Are they all together in this building, or are they on a split? But no matter, 4 points in the bag here. They're charging up against Sim9. We're looking at Trexie down on the floor, waiting for the right opportunity to take anyone out the moment that they step into this onto his line of sight. But coming off the kill feed though, it's no fear getting shot at by tricks of Tribe Arrow Macy and also getting sent back to the lobby. But we'll see him tomorrow. Oh, we still got one more game. We'll see him later on. And now give Team Secret still continues on for the push. But there's a little hesitation there. I mean, they're really not charging through.
Oh, but looks like Tribe Arrow Macy got charged through by Horror Esports. And they got tricks in the process. Looking at the circle, it shifted slightly towards the right side. All the key areas is going to be the school area. Coming back to Horror Esports. Okay, they see one player. Alright, just passing by Supreme. Did not pull the trigger yet. Just to be sure that no one else is there. But Sky, he could use a bit of backup though. Okay, he has his teammate together with him. There is going to be Sleepy as he lobbed the nades left, right, and center, hoping to land on the Tribe Arrow Macy.
Here we go, Sky now going up against Rig with that nade. Fortunately, Rig was able to dodge that attack, but Sky will go for the second nade. Switches to S12K because somebody tried to get close to him. Sleepy outside of this building. He receives a little damage from the nade. We got Rig still dodging the attack coming off the kill feed, though it's Canary. Down on the ground, same thing goes for Sleepy and Shopper of FaZe. Man, lots of back and forth trade. This guy still on 3 and was able to eliminate 2 players from Tribe Arrow Macy. Tricks and Rig out.
Oof. What a nice shot there from the side by Sky with the SLK. Now Supreme's going to come in for extra support. And Sky! We're not missing shot. 1 more to go. Sky sees his target. Okay, very, very low on the other side by Sky, but we got down. Now Supreme needs to come in quickly.
Yes, man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Sky was able to take care of business. Now he's looking at the last remaining player coming from Tribe Arrow Macy. Can Supreme win this fight? He opted to go for pickup. Sleepy getting revived by the attack right now. Supreme got the job done. 5 points in the bag there for Horror.
What a quick move there by Supreme. Reflector that is top notch, ladies and gentlemen, for Supreme. And now he can pick up his other teammates. On the mini screen, we have a fight happening elsewhere. Switch over to the bigger screen. It's going to be Boy Donkey involved, and the jump shot came out to Gachor. Team Secret wins it against Boy Donkey.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Everyone stepping on the gas, obviously. Fight is intense. The drama, oh man, even high. Vikings right now, 1 point in the bag. We can see that once he's trying to do some little tapping there up against RQ perhaps, but we got Brig monitoring the situation as well. RQ not making a move so far. They're not pushing forward whatsoever. They're maintaining their position from that angle, but Superman's getting a little bit of a little impatient and now went in for the charge. Cooking up a nade here. Can he take down one?
Superman, okay, aiming his nade probably at Asa. Okay, Genforce takes a bit of damage from that splash damage. And now, you also managed to damage another player of RRQ. Well, we check out the circle. The circle looks like it's going to favor Vampire Esports. And also, look at who's in the circle. DRS in the circle.
Oh man, and judging by their position, Sir Cloud, I feel like they're gonna challenge up, a lot of teams that will be headed towards that direction as the entry point. So good shot there, good shot for DRS. Anyway, back to Vikings here, going up against RQ. We've got a Sa going up against 1T, and a Sa, of course, taking down Bedford as well. 1T out of the game. It comes to Sa now still with an S1K, but unfortunately got shot at by Break, and Vikings follow through. RRQ out.
Oh, but they cannot be complacent yet because here comes Champions Esports. They want a piece of this potato hill. They know that there are points to be collected. Here comes Bauja. Bauja charging him directly into the smoke. But Bauja, the moment he arrives, he gets knocked down by Tens. And Superman from the back will get Urkas instead. Atomic is on the other side. Behind that smoke, Woonti bleeding out at this point. And we have the Vikings here still holding on. But look at this. The blue has arrived onto them. That's definitely not helping.
Here we go. Vikings still, doing an amazing job so far defending themselves. But you know what, Champions, they do have that advantage up against Vikings. And Atomic was able to, again, get another point for himself. Kino trying to heal himself up while Vikings is doing a reset. So let's just check if Vikings will make it out alive. 6 points in the bag. 2 points for Champions Esports. And, I feel like Champions going to step away from this. They're going to prioritize to get inside the zone and probably wait for break here from Vikings.
Yeah, trying to gatekeep him from the inner side of the circle. Of course, they can do that comfortably. They have 2 players. As for DRS, okay. The highlight team right now, just because Thailand has been eliminated, DRS, they stand a good chance of overtaking them. Right now, we have 8 teams. So DRS, the longer they survive, the more placement points they're going to get.
Okay, stage 4. It's amazing to see that we're down to 8 teams remaining. And we're looking at Alva on the screen. He does have some team in front of him, but I'm not sure if their position have already been compromised. But it's a different story though for Alter Ego Eras. They did spot Horror Esports staying in a compound, and they're already talking to each other like how they're gonna approach this one. Are they gonna flush them out? Are they going for the aggressive playstyle wherein they could crash that compound and just straight up challenge Horror Esports? But then again, Alter Ego Eras, they haven't put anything in the bag for now. And it could be such a great risk if they do charge in that compound to challenge Horror Esports.
Look at this. Vikings looks like the final player, I believe it was Wunji, did not make it. So he's out. And now we have 7 teams. If one more other team gets eliminated, then DRS is starting to collect more placement points because right now it is still 1 placement point. Okay, starting to be real tight right now because if you look at the teams that are remaining here, there are all these very, very good teams. DRS, Vampire Esports, Team Secret, Horror Esports, Champions Esports, FaZe Clan, and also Alter Ego still in the game. Now, checking out the circle, DRS, they moved towards the closer to the middle of the circle, and they will still get the circle.
Yeah, Alter Ego Eras is well, they've been picking up the information as to where DRS is, but they're not challenging them. They are holding on to the compound here while the others is just like going for scouting. But since they bought up and fired up against DRS, I think they're already expressing their intention that, DRS, the moment that they step out of that compound, well, maybe a fight can ensue, but I feel like Alter Ego Eras will let DRS come to them than them coming to DRS.
But Alter Ego is going to go towards Team Secret. And Krypton, the moment he arrives, he gets gunned down. He gets runs in though. But GK fights back. And beautiful trade-off here by Team Secret. Transi should be back. Here comes Alva. He has to defend this one against Alva. GK. So many players from Alter Ego around him. And can he do it all by himself? Looks like the answer is not really. But here comes Frankie as the hero of Team Secret.
Oh man, such a shame though for Alter Ego Eras to be taken out completely without even bagging a huge number of points. But it's still okay. I mean, we still got one more round perhaps not getting the top spot, but then again, in terms of getting those elimination points and just having a great position in the overall rankings, I think it's already okay. Horror Esports back on the screen here with 8 points in the bag. Again, No Fear already out of the game. Again, they're doing a massive gatekeeping up against Team Secret. Zerus, oh man, he doesn't have anywhere else to go, and that would of course result to his demise.
It was DRS picking up that point against Zerus when Horror Esports dealt the damage. And Horror Esports in the circle. Okay, looking at Vampire Esports also within it. They are now planning for stage number 6. But overall, Horror Esports already 8 eliminations. That's a whole bunch there. But for DRS, they're aiming for that top spot. They'll say, wait, see you in the final circle later. If they score this chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points, they could overtake Talon. So DRS, they're not in a hurry because they're also kind of comfortable in circle now.
DRS is taking their time. There's no need for them to be aggressive just yet. So might as well just go for the strategic placement once again. 5 teams remaining. First stage 5 here. Vampire Esports. Okay, this is interesting. They're still alive with the complete squad. Same thing for DRS. Horror down to 3. Champions to 2. Same thing for Team Secret. But based from the algo here, 27% goes to DRS, close to VPE. So perhaps we're judging them based on their location for now.
At their location and also perhaps their health, since the place of Vampire is still a damage. At Kino, he sees Nuzi circling around. Okay, Nuzi, I'm not sure if he sees Kino though. I don't know whether he gathered that information. But 3 more seconds before the zone closes, Vampire Esports might need to manage crossing the road. And Killer YT positioning himself just across Vampire Esports. Probably is more to get the information. Okay, there's still a little bit more circle for Vampire Esports to play with. Okay, Nuzi clearly saw Kino. And Kino not interested at all.
Man, okay, here we go. Tight now. Things are getting tight, that is for sure. Vampire Esports, 3 elimination points in the bag here. Nuzi still trying to find a way on how he could best use this angle, their position right now at the edge of the circle. Well, potentially, they could challenge up the boys of Champions Esports, but then again, Champions is also taking their sweet time here. Still not deciding to enter from the south side because, well, maybe they've already gotten the information that Vampire Esports is just right there, ready to beat them. And as for DRS, man, they're already over to the east side here. Pretty close. Of course, there's another team, which is Vampire Esports and Team Secret. Okay, but from a long range, Vampire was able to shut down DRS, if I'm not mistaken.
But the more interesting one right now is going to be DRS against Team Secret. Delta takes damage. Example, knocked down by Team Secret earlier. Now Delta needs to stay clear. As Team Secret, they know his position. Atomic knocked down as well by Tony K, eliminated. And there goes Kino to the hands of Gante. And Champions Esports, they're out at number 5. Top 4 teams right now. DRS. Their next challenger is going to be Team Secret.
Oh no, it's not looking too good. DRS, we got an example down on the ground here. Trance popping off the smoke. Same thing goes for Frankie. Sky? Oh man, he's not stopping at all. Just went for a massive spray up against Frankie and was able to inflict a lot of damage. But hey, we still need to push for some more because Frankie is still alive and breathing.
Somehow he managed to survive that. But he needs to heal up quickly. Example will be revived by Delta. But Team Secret, they want to finish the job. Can they make it in time before Example resets himself? I think that they need to manage Horror Esports coming from the other side, but that's why they deployed that smoke behind them so they can full in focus onto the front. Example is up, and he'll be back up to 80%. Okay, full reset now for Example. Team Secret, now punished by Delta. Frankie is the one to go down. Frankie will be eliminated. Now Dunks is in trouble. That's to Sky from the back, but Delta is the one to take that point.
Oh man, this is Thailand versus 2 Nepal teams. Let's see who's going to be winning the fight now. Horror, you have the momentum. Same thing goes for DRS. But Horror now was able to bag 8 elimination points. We got DRS back on the screen here. Killer YT popping up some smoke. He could potentially shut down Nuzi at this point. Given the situation, we got Killer YT cooking a nade here. Yante trying to get close. And some picking up some information as well as to where they needed to throw the
Oh,
nades. And there you go, Kilo YT with an accurate nade, putting Nuzi down in an instant.
oh, they got Nuzi. But the point is given to Supreme. And Hora Esports will claim that one. Now Vampire Esports, they'll be playing without Nuzi. Two of the players have managed to cross that road. One player still on the other side, but can still roll on until stage number 8. And then surely the circle will be 100% on the other side of the road. Here we have Hora Esports just next to DRS. Will they cancel each other? Now Hora Esports still on the outside of the circle. They will need to move forward. And potentially, they might shoot at DRS.
Okay, here we go. Hora versus DRS. Oh, this is a tough one. It's a civil war, obviously. Okay, let's see. Example. Needs to pick up his health. We got Sleepy, just being quiet there. You know, he's not making his presence felt. Because you know what? Example is going to go for the gears here. Okay, he needs to level up. So this is going to be an advantage for the side of DRS. As for Tony K, man, he's chilling in the car, listening to some music, and waiting for everyone to go for the spray, go for the fight.
Yeah, he's getting into the vehicle so that he can get a bit of elevation to try to observe the other side, to see where the Hora Esports makes their move. While that, he was like switching his armory. I noticed he switched to a 4x scope, so he's anticipating a long-range fight. And true enough, it could be a long-range fight at stage number 8, the moment it switches over. And just waiting for Hora Esports. Okay, they need to decide. Do they want to go to the left where Vampire is at? Or are they going to the right where DRS is at? And looks like they decided. Okay, they haven't really decided. Go straight in, closer to Vampire.
Oh man, here we go. Sleepy, oh no, it's about to go down. Thanks to Miola. Okay, great advantage there that they were able to use Schweppes out picking up an aid. Going up against Supreme. Oh, but his name did not pop on the screen. Yes, it did. Supreme down on the ground. It's very Hora getting a lot of attacks coming from two teams here. We got Tony K leaving that vehicle. Hora now down to just one active player because Sleepy is already out. And there you go. Confirmation coming through. Hora is out right now from stage 7.
Oh, and he got DRS, but Schweppes fires back. He gets Gante in the process. And now he's cooking up this nade. The Example is still alive. He's cooking his own nade as well. While Delta and Killer YT will take care of the other side. The nade did not connect to Example. Example is still alright, but now comes the next nade. Schweppes in trouble. Schweppes knocked down by Killer YT. Only 2 active players left for Vampire Esports. Tony K will finish off Gante. 3v2.
Woo! Things are getting interesting now, ladies and gentlemen. Miola about to make a smoke bridge to help his teammates. Tony K could get up an aid here, just trying to buy some time up against DRS, while Schweppes is, of course, needs to be picked up in this situation. But can he still do it? Oh man, this is crucial now for Vampire Esports. DRS doing their best to control the tempo of this match. Example, keeping a close eye onto those 2 players from Vampires, where Killer YT's picking up information as well. Delta staying behind, but Vampires moving in forward. We got Example moving close as well.
And on the side, he does have a stun grenade though. Okay, Delta with a smoked up vehicle. It could be anyone's game right now as Killer YT gets Schweppes. Another advantage for DRS. 3v2 at this moment. Schweppes calling towards Mela. Can Mela pick up him in time? And Tony K holding the line right now with his own utility. The smoke is still active for the side of Vampire Esports. The pickup will happen here by Mela. Schweppes should be backed up. And Killer YT is trying to close the gap. Look at Killer YT's movement. He's moving towards Tony K. Schweppes is back up again. And now Schweppes heals up. He's back at 80%.
Delta going off angle here, just applying a lot of pressure onto the side of Vampire Esports, but Killer YT unfortunately took a hit and now down on the ground. Example needs to exert a lot of effort here just to make sure that Tony K will not be moving forward. But Schweppes pops a grenade as well. Example taking in some damage. Tony K doing his best, of course, to survive this match. Delta goes for the reload, while Tony K goes for the heal up.
Okay, now it's going to be 2v1. Delta rushes forward with his own name. It's going to be Tony K and Mela versus Delta. Vampire Esports seeking this chicken dinner. They wanted a more spot for themselves as Tony K will flag. And Vampire Esports with the chicken dinner.
Another point for Red Green again.
And Last one for me.
Oh well, it's okay, it's okay. I mean, Vampire Esports. We were talking about this team a while ago that they're the best team to snatch the throne from Talon Esports, and this massive performance, I guess, is gonna add to that. I do wonder though if it was enough points, to shut down Talon Esports, but DRS still with a massive performance, I can say, even though they weren't able to bag the chicken dinner. It was a valiant effort, but of course, at the end of the match, we can only crown one winner, and that is, of course, the boys of Vampire Esports.
Wow, it was so 50-50. It went back and forth for the longest time. That was crazy there. Also gotta give it to Tony K, the way he opened up the flank from playing as a main fragger to a support, like he switched roles, and that's how he also backed 5 eliminations for himself. In total, Vampire Esports backed 10 points, 20 points this round for Vampire Esports. Man, the last game is gonna be so interesting. There is at least 3 or maybe 4 teams that can go for the title.
The fact that Vampire Esports needs only maybe 1 or 2 games to even up a fight this strong, that's what makes them very dangerous in a competition. They don't need to play a lot of good games. It's a steady game plus 1 or 2 big fights or big rounds for this kind of team, and they have the potential, of course, to dethrone currently who is at the top here. Only goes to show how they can be so killers in any battlefields.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just look at this lineup. On paper itself, they have tons of firepower in them. Every single player is capable of shooting. This is the best of the best in Thailand's lineup. Schwabs, Mr. MVP, Tony K, well, tons of MVPs. And then you have the legendary former D Infinity, Mela and Nuzi together, now joining forces in Vampire Esports. With that, they're obviously the top team to watch. But besides Vampire, we also got to give it to Hora Esports, who did a rush in onto Vampire Esports early on. And Team Secret, they saw a lot of action. That's why their throwables used is a whole bunch. And then towards the end, of course, DRS. But with DRS doing a decent round, I would say second place finish is still pretty nice. Points-wise, they should be able to overtake Talon. But because of Vampire Esports scored this chicken dinner, man, now I don't really know.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Sky versus Delta, 3 elimination points, same thing. Damage output, however, goes to Sky, 854 to 680. Assist goes to Delta, but for team contribution, it goes to Delta as well. But in terms of the gap here, it's not that big, it's not that wide. It's still fair, I guess, stats, except for the damage output, I can say. It's a total of 854 with the same elimination points as Delta.
Oof. Mr. Good Looking, MVP of this match, Tony K, no doubt, with how he contributed to this round. 5 eliminations, 11 utilities used, and 750 damage. And it's also how he positions himself in that final circle that was very impressive. If DRS knocked Tony K, the result would have been absolutely different. But because it was Scrubs being knocked, and he always played pairing with Mela, so Mela is always together with him to pick him up. But Tony K, he played the Lone Ranger role very well, kept himself safe at the same time. Besides Tony K, we got to also give it to the other top performers this round. GK, Atomic, again, another player from Champions Esports, and Sky from Hora Esports has to be here too.
Okay, so Tony K is half German, half Thai. Is that right? Okay, all right. Understand that. Okay, 20 points, Vampire Esports being at the top here. Hora with 14, 13 for Team Secret. But okay, let's take a look at those 2 teams that didn't score a point here. Talon and Bigatron by Vitality. And Talon, this is such a boo-boo, it can afford to have a bad match, but we are about to close down Season 10. And there's a team right behind you, just tailing you, making you feel the heat. And now that we're down to the final round here, They only need maybe small number of points to claim the top spot. And now that we are about to enter the final games for Cloud, Talent Esports needs to work as tactical as they can get if they don't want to lose the top spot or if they want to reclaim the top spot.
Clearly, they know about the Yasnaya fight, but they still choose to take it. And now Vampire Esports is the one on top. 170 points after that chicken dinner. DRS still at number 2, but the gap is only 3 points. Oh man. And Talent, the gap from the top is only 4 points. So tight. Okay, Team Secret then 15 points. If the top 3 teams goes out before Team Secret can score that amount of points plus depending on how many points the top team gets, maybe Team Secret can be the surprise team even, or maybe even Hora, because the Hora gap right now is also well, it's a little bit bigger. It's 24 points, so they need a really big one. But yeah, the top 4 is quite clear that they can eye that number 1.
Honestly, all I can say from first page, the DRS is like every tournament that I casted for the past like weeks, you know, for the past months, DRS always always consistent, to be honest. Even if they do not finish the tournament at the top spot, but when it comes to numbers, they always belong in the top 3 in the podium stages. But anyway, more action, ladies and gents. Last, for that matter, when we come back, we are about to step into the Miramar, the final round. So don't go away. Stay tuned. For the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10 in Miramar. We're about to cap things up. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud, and my goodness, we're already looking forward to like who's gonna be crowned champions for this tournament, you know, Season 10, and even with the MVP title, who's gonna get it?
Just because we have so many teams still that can be in the running for the number 1, it's this last round, well, it's something that we hope for, right? The more the merrier, the more teams that is relevant for the title in the final game. This is what we vibe for, and we're getting it. I'm really happy with the current state. So the final game will mean a lot for all these teams, especially at the top. Because we have so many teams, at least 4, maybe even 5. That's why it's so difficult, so hard to guess who will be the champion.
I think for now, since we are at the final round, Sir Cloud, can we just enjoy the match? Can we just enjoy the match? You know, like I just want to go through this map and check out, you know, if Tamlin Esports will reclaim their title, Vampire Esports, can they defend the top spot? Because if we're gonna be looking at the top middle performers here, aside from DRS, there's vampires as well. So we got this 2 big names here, and then we got Horror Esports and Celcom DG Alliance. But by now, you know, Horror, even if they win this match with a chicken dinner and a good number of elimination points, I don't think they're, you know, gonna catch up to the podium stages. But there's still that possibility, right? But we still don't know what's gonna happen next. All I want to see, of course, is like which team is going to take the top spot. Is it going to be Talent? Is it going to be Vampire Esports? Or is it going to be someone else?
Are you going to pick any of them?
At this point, you know, we were so close. I was this close to getting my point. I really thought DRS was going to gun for it. Oh, man. But you know what? Let's give it to Vampire Esports. Maybe, just maybe, because you know, it took them a while to step up in their gameplay, you know, just to give us a taste of what they can do in the battlefield. But I feel like they're going to continue on playing with that kind of play style in the final round.
Ooh, who are we going to pick? Oh, man. Let's bring on the last round. To reach a bit. Darius Soldiers, let's go. Let's go. DRS, last round.
DRS, the real soldiers. Whew. Oh man, okay. This is interesting. Okay, it is DRS. I feel like the roster is really on the next level here. Everything's really working out for them. Whatever formula that they're cooking, you know, it's really I guess already planned out, and they're executing it very well. And yeah, I mean, for a fact that, you know, team here like DRS able to score a chicken dinner 3 times in a day, that explains a lot. You know, that explains a lot. That is a true testament right there. The DRS is really gunning for global domination here. I'm excited, you know. 2022 was their big game. You know, they came in at 2nd place at the PMGC, so perhaps, you know, it's gonna be 1st place. We don't know. I mean, judging by the looks of it, DRS is on another level here.
Well, production is going for Talent, maybe because they don't want to inflict the production curse onto their favorite team, DRS. So they're going to move that one to Talent. So basically here we have the top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. So Vampire Esports, DRS, and Talent is on the prediction board. Who do you think is going to be the one? The orange heart, the red hearts, or maybe the blue hearts? Spam in the comment section, people, because this is going to be the last game for this season. Before we wrap things up, we'll put focus onto the professional league before we hopefully do come back for the next season of Ruthless Invitation Showdown or maybe Clash of Giants.
Oh yeah. Hopefully we can get to play with Alpha 7 again. You know, it was a great thing that we were able to see Alpha 7 in Ruthless Invitational Showdown. They actually won the entirety of that tournament, you know, the last season. So yeah, I would love to have them back. Also, teams coming from PEL, hopefully we see them again in the Clash of Giants. You know, would love to have them in the lobby as well. You know, it's always interesting to see like how the meta evolves, you know, from different regions and their play style, getting acquainted with one another. It's I mean, the only thing that is right for us is the fact that, our community is getting bigger and bigger. We have more supporters. The more, the merrier.
Bigger, better, and stronger. Just like all these teams as well. Putting a strong performance for us. Very, very entertaining last day of the grand finals that we have had. And this is it. The final match. Miramar, let's go!
Woo! Well, we're waiting for the music to start. Yep, here we go. Miramar, ladies and gents, the barren desert, lots of open spaces, and of course, steep mountains. Match number 24 for the grand finals. This is the last of Miramar, ladies and gents, and the final chance for the teams, of course, to still make it happen here. It's going to be interesting since, again, this is the final round.
Final round it is. To lock in who will be the champion. Starting the flight path from Impala all the way to the left side of El Pozo. So this is someone kind of like a nice flight path. A lot of teams will be able to drop to their regular spots. But of course, the one that we want to observe will be first Power Grid, Hypermancy versus BTR maybe, or maybe Lost Learners, although it can host up to like 3 different teams, but sometimes we see these teams duking up with each other. We see the Vikings going to Lost Learners. Normally, Celcom DG Alliance will go there too, but looks like this time they choose to change their drop spot. They are heading towards St. Martin's side. Different for Celcom DG Alliance.
Champions Esports, where are they? Okay, I think they're headed to Puerto Paraíso, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're all alone there. I don't see any contention is going to happen. As for Tribe Eremacy, okay, they're close with Vampire Esports Town, but the question is if Vampire Esports, after working so hard, are they going to, like just go berserk, be reckless, make rush decisions? And this is different right now. Celcom DG Alliance, after a long time of DRS dropping into this very spot without any challenges at all, it's now going to be Celcom Digital Alliance versus DRS versus Hacienda de Patron.
Yeah, it's Celcom DG Alliance actually changing their drop spot from Lost Learners to now Hacienda. They start off by taking out Example. Julio scores that first elimination. Okay, let's see if DRS will still be able to overcome this. So far, looking at the weapons, Celcom DG Alliance able to get decent weapons. Killer YT, maybe no weapons yet, not too sure. Are they looking at SLR? Okay, just on the left side is going to be Gante. And he somewhere has an idea that Ade Luke is there. And on the outside of the window, okay, if Ade Luke moves forward, he would be backstep. They're taking a very cautious approach now. Especially DRS with a lot at stake.
Yeah, Gante receiving damage from Celcom DG Alliance, but Killer YT is just right up behind them. Here comes Cassim with the massive spray. Gante goes down hard. And now Celcom DG Alliance has that upper hand advantage over the DRS. Killer YT follows through, but got knocked down as well by Caleb this time.
Oh man, that means one more to go. DRS. The first needs to be eliminated. DRS. And the chances of becoming the champion blown away into the dusty lands of Miramar.
Oh man, that is heartbreaking right there. I mean, they have dropped a lot of times in Hacienda de Patron without anyone challenging them for this specific spot. And the moment Celcom Digital Alliance arrived, well, that was it. DRS having an early elimination. Oh man, during the last round where it matters most.
Oof, and just to add more spice to that number 1 race. Vampire Esports, 2 players knocked out, taken out. And Talon, they are still well and healthy with 4 players. So, but we'll see what happens later. Now we're going to see what happened here. Potato sees Bauja. Looks up the snake, sends it across on the Bauja. A little bit of an overshot perhaps. Bauja now aware that somebody is looking at him.
Anxiety is what you know for me. Okay, I mean, Bauja lucky enough for him to be able to dodge that attack from Potato. But Potato, I don't think he has a clue that Abalja was able to change his location. And now what Abalja is doing is just like keeping his element of surprise here and potentially shutting down his enemy. But let's see if that is exactly what is going to happen on screen here. We're switching into RQ, got La Par. Just monitoring K Look. Supreme of Horror Esports, though, got shut down by BTR. And that's the confirmation. Supreme already out of the game here. So Horror now down to just 3 players. And well, it's interesting. It's like, you know, most of the teams that are at the top are the ones getting the most damage and having those early eliminations for the last round, which is not doing them good at all. And Tribe Aeromacy, oh my goodness, they're so angry up against Tony K. They all killed him with a pan.
Getting revenge for their brothers from Nepal. But that means that Vampire Esports now only have 1 active player. But we'll check back on that 1 player later because now RRQ is sieging down Cellcom DG Alliance. And they're all over Cellcom DG Alliance right now. Nepeko on the outside scopes in. He heard the footsteps for sure. And wanting to get a closer view. Olio now getting ready with a DBS. In case anyone runs by. And here comes. Oh! Olio with that. Oh man, that was so close.
Oh man, Nerpeiko even was looking at a different direction. He did not even check his corner, so it was so amazing that he survived that attack. Okay, that was a great one. That was a great one. 14 teams remaining for stage 1 here. Looking at Alter Ego Errors. Got Daybod back on the screen here. Alva already out of the game, but Crypto was able to bag a point. We got Red Bull still getting picked up. Canary with 1 elimination point as well. They're close to Alter Ego Errors, so I do wonder if these 2 teams here will decide to go up against each other, as it is still early in the matches. But anyway, to give you guys an idea which teams had already been taken out, again, that would be DRS and Cellcom DG Alliance.
So both teams out with also another highlight team, Vampire Esports. Only 1 player left. But the door is now wide open for talent. Maybe even Team Secret. Maybe Horai then can score like super duper big. Maybe Champions if they can score super duper big. Well, now that makes the race a bit more interesting, I guess. But yeah, it is what it is. Vampire Esports, the only condition for them to win right now is all their closest teams gets eliminated without catching them in terms of points. So it's going to be quite a challenge. Anyway, now RRQ, 7-9. Simple shot by Asa. And they will score that one.
Oh man, okay, Nerpeiko also goes down. And that's because of Trexie here. Lapar taking in some damage, but Mika's still alive. Trexie goes down as well, coming from Asa. So this is a back and forth trade. But Mika is the only surviving member, and RQ is hunting him down. Mika goes in for the pre-fire, but RQ obviously anticipated that. And now RQ will be charging through. Genfa is getting knocked down, getting eliminated from the game. Mika continues to be alive, but check it out. D-Savior coming to play.
Oh, D-Xavier. Okay. Come on. Last game for D-Xavier to at least break the 100-point mark. Come on. So they are 13 points away as of now. And 7-9, Mika is only 1 player left for 7-9 here. With D-Xavier coming into the compound. But it's not only Mika. It's also RRQ. Lamborghini. We see Asa right in front of him. On the 2nd floor still. RRQ, they breach in. Asa and Lapa in the compound.
Man, 7 points though for RQ. Still doing good. Lamborghini got picked up now, got resuscitated. Lamborghini now is starting to sick some of players that could potentially shut down. Mika goes in for the charge, shutting down Asa, and now he's back in the corner here. And D-Savior seals the deal, hence getting 7-9 eliminated with only 2 points in the bag. Natty T holds on to 2 as well. And a confirmation coming through that RQ is no more with only 7 in the pocket.
Oh, but here comes another Vietnamese team. Team Secret says hello. All right, D-Xavier, they need to lick their wounds quickly now with the presence of Team Secret. Nice and fresh. They're coming in to look for the members of D-Xavier. 4v4 in Hacienda itself. And D-Xavier, they should be back up, reset. But JK will say no to Lamborghini.
Oh man, here we go. I mean, there's a lot of smokes that got popped off, so that would help. Of course, D Savior not compromise their location. Team Secret, oh man, they need to get inside this building because there's another team that would love to join into the mix. And the moment, or like the longer that they stay outside, the more that they get exposed, the more that they are vulnerable. So here comes Team Secret now with the charge here.
Okay.
Oh, shutting down Lamborghini. The trade-off is already happening. Zero's trying to defend himself, trying to survive still. Team Secret with a dance-off up against D Savior. It looks like Team Secret won the fight because D Savior is no more with 3 points in the pocket as well.
And officially, D Savior will not make these other points. But now BTR coming in as the... I'm starting to lose count. How many parties right now? BTR bringing the disco to Team Secret. Team Secret, they have yet to reset, and immediately Razy will get the transit. Frankie will be burned out by boxing. There's only zeros left right now for Team Secret, and the Razy will get the best out of him.
10 teams are remaining. If it's 55 seconds on the clock, stage 2 in Midamar. The Savior, again, out with 4 points in the bag. We're looking at phase here, ladies and gents. Look at the map feed. They are, of course, behind Void Donkey. We also got Alter Ego Eris. I don't think they're going to come into play just yet. I mean, there's no pressure at all since we are just at stage 2 here, but this is, the final round, so I do understand why some of the teams are just trying to pick up a fight. Okay, they don't have anything to lose anymore. Vampire Esports, unfortunately, down to their last member. DRS already got eliminated. Team Secret as well. So, Talon, they're pretty quiet, we cannot even feel their presence. So it only goes to show that Talon is thinking of bringing it home,
Yeah, they're making their rotation towards the left unchallenged if you look at Talon. As the circle will shift, okay, a lot of teams naturally in it, but based on Talon's position, they should have an okay access into this circle. Unless, well, when they go in, they want to fight with BTR, but that's fine for Talon. As for Vikings, Break overtook himself, and Baoja will punish him from the side, from the outside of the blue.
Okay, we go. Kino going for the relock atomic surrounding Vikings. Okay, they do pose an advantage here. You got atomic down on prone. Baoja providing some sort of assist. Oh, and there goes atomic. An accurate nade just fell down onto the heads of Vikings Esports. Tins is facing the floor. Superman coming in for rescue. Is going to be his superhero moment? Superman was able to shut down Atomic.
Nicely done by Superman, but they're not out of it yet. Here is Champions Esports. 2 more players here, Woonty and Superman, the duo that has to do it for Vikings. Fight against Baoja. Baoja will use the molly to force Woonty to move, and Woonty says, you want me to move? You get it.
You got to move it. Oh, Superman! Let's see now. He's doing great so far. Going up against Kino here. Here comes Superman with an EBS and absolutely destroying Champions Esports. And now we're looking at Hora with No Fear knocked down on the ground, Supreme out of the game, and No Fear is bleeding out there in the open. Technically, we only have 1 active member left, and they're going up against Megaton of Vitality. Here comes Razy with a crazy spray. Sleepy right now at the hilltop, providing some assistance. But you know what? Let's see what's going to happen to be winning the fight. Sky now making a move. Unfortunately, gets tagged with a shotgun as well.
And we have Sleepy still. Razy with the nades. He knows where Sleepy is at. So he's going to keep that okay. He managed to clip Sleepy down to 70% of health, and Sleepy was sprayed past that smoke to get a 1 knock. And now he has the high ground against Boxy, but Boxy charges up to get the high ground for himself. BTR, 7 elimination points, taking out Hora Esports.
I'm just saying that Talon, well, they're not joining into the fights just yet. Not really engaging. Anything can still happen for Void Donkey. Maybe they can improve their overall position, but will not get into the podium stages. But the location right now from Talon, they're over at the west side, potentially clashing with maybe BTR or even Tribe Aramisi.
Depends on where BTR will want to go. I doubt they want to go to high ground where Talon is at. So straight into water treatment, the side of water treatment at least, so they won't bump into Talon. Now, this is where we can start to count more points because placement points are in effect. Talon, right now, they have one placement point at least. They need at least 4 points. But okay, because Vampire Esports, the last player, is still in the game. So he's also protecting his placement points. And Talon, they have not got any elimination points yet. So let's see what happens, especially to that one Vampire Esports player because he's tanking out the blue. We don't know how long he'll be able to last.
8 teams remaining now. Focusing my attention to Talon here. Oh man, this is interesting. I mean, it's even anticlimactic, Sir Cloud, just because of the fact that the RS is already out, Team Secret already out, Hora out, Vampires down to just their last players. So I feel like Talon Esports, all they need to do is just make sure they get to the latter stages of the match here and maybe score like maybe 2 to 3 points in the elims, and that's it. That's it. Talon definitely will snatch that throne from Vampire Esports. So I think we already know what's gonna happen at the end.
Well, I mean, it is favoring Talon, no doubt here. But unless that one last player from Vampire can pull off a big surprise, or BTR takes out Talon now, because right in front of them is going to be Wajil. Now, if BTR eliminates Talon, that is just in front of them now, then Vampire automatically becomes champion.
That is right. That is right. Okay, all right. That makes things spicy. Talon Esports, they know what is at stake here. They know that they can afford to lose this match, just in case BTR really does go forward. Straight up challenging them. They're at the edge of the circle here. And BTR trying to get close. They are already picking the information that a team is definitely gonna go challenge them. We got your best friend looking out the window and just checking out if Racy is already decided to go for the attack.
It's a 50-50, right? What if BTR failed to win against Talon and they give the points away to Talon? They give all 3 points away. Then with Talon plus their placement point, they will be on par with Vampire Esports, but also depends on what placement exactly that is that time. Or maybe just a difference of 1 point just because of that one placement point that will still be active because both teams are still in the game. But let's see the outcome here between BTR and Talon. BTR, now they seem to be interested to try to block Talon, and there's a chance that the circle will move away from this area, but Talon will say no. They will try to deny away BTR. Now the fight will happen here. They will start off by getting 1 player, 2 players of Talon. Oh, this could be a big plot twist.
Oh, this could be a blunder onto the side of Talon Esports. Bigatron right now is really being aggressive at this point. Just really good keeping Talon Esports at this point in time. Razy goes in for the massive spray once again. 9 points in the before the team here. We got Boysil holding on an angle as well up against Razy and Kent of BTR. He does have some protection for himself, but they just got knocked down with only 2 members left in the match.
Yeah, 2 to still hold on. And they are very okay. Not that they are very far, but the fact that BTR is still in front of them, not letting them go, even after they come in, potentially they need to fight with 3 or 4 players from Tribe Aero Messi. Now the tables are starting to turn. Okay, anyway, Talon making that long rotation towards the left side, taking a little bit of risk, going out in the blue. And all 1 player down. Your best friend is down. Boychill! Boychill! Will you be able to survive this? Boychill must survive! Boychill is still alive, but BTR, they're going for it. Oh no! Oh, here comes Nuzi! Nuzi! Boychill! Nuzi! Boychill! This is gonna be a big one! Boychill! Very low! And Nuzi! Eliminated Talon! Vampire Esports are your champions! esports.
That is it, ladies and gents. It was beautifully done by Newsy. It was a 1v1 fair fight between them and Talon Esports. It was an absolute freak out show coming from both of the players. And my, oh my, this is already shaping up to be one of the greatest invitational showdown that we've ever witnessed. 6 teams remaining, stage 5. But then again, we already know who the champions are.
Well, that's where we don't count out these teams. As long as they're still in the game, anything can happen. What insane plot twist. It had to be Newsy. It had to be Newsy at that moment. Oh, that is crazy. It wasn't even BTR. Yes, BTR had in it, but the final blow came from Newsy. At the moment he got that elimination, he went down directly, but he can go out smiling. That's fine because there's no way any other team can catch Vampire Esports.
Yeah, he is probably the knight in shining armor for the side of the vampires. Man, again, definitely will go into my highlights. FaZe Clan now phasing up BTR. Kent goes down. Thank you to Canary. Razy will be coming from the hilltop as well. Red Bull definitely has his eyes onto him. Kent will not be picked up at this point. Vox now getting into position as well. 2 players now for BTR going up against FaZe. Let's see if they can move forward.
Whew. I gotta catch my breath after that. Now, it's about us crowning who will get the chicken dinner in this round. We have 6 more teams here, and it's over close shortly. BTR, they're looking for the next target. In front of them is going to be Void Donkey and FaZe Clan. Alter Ego, they seem to be pretty interested. They're scouting the northern side. Circle favors Void Donkey, but let's not forget about the teams at the south as well. That involves Vikings and Tribe Arrow Messi. There's a chance, depending on where Vikings will go, they might meet with Tribe Arrow Messi.
It's a prime spot, not gonna lie, for the side of Void Donkey. And again, they are gonna hold on to this, set up a very good defense, make this one as their fortress, obviously. So teams will be trying their best to snatch that compound as much as possible up against Void Donkey here, but also could be able to pave the way for Void Donkey to score a lot of points, because all they need to do is just really look through or like out in the window there, do a massive spray. Same thing what is happening right now with Alter Ego Eris versus FaZe. Now Krypton is already getting hunted by FaZe, but he does have an S12K to defend himself, and here comes the attack. Oh, but wasn't able to hit anyone.
Oh, but here's the Molly to force Ripple to move, but it did not land onto him. But who needs that Molly when Krypton can find an angle against Ripple? And now the pressure is on the FaZe Clan on how they're going to save Ripple. It's out there with Krypton holding him hostage still. And Chopper is close by, but the moment he shows up, Krypton knocks him back down.
Alright, here we go. FaZe, what are you going to do in this situation? We got Krypton turning his eyes a bloody red because he wants those kills. He wants those numbers. Krypton also spots a couple plays coming from BTR. Canary still getting hunted here. Krypton is relentless, of course, not giving up on this situation. Canary moves away, step back a little, preparing himself to go up against this 2 players coming from Alter Ego.
And here comes BTR monitoring the situation as well, while Krypton charges in to get with his teammate. They're looking for the final play of FaZe Clan, and they found him. Number 6 from FaZe Clan. Now BTR will try to take advantage of this situation. Now they're charging in onto Alter Ego. Razy will be gunned down. It's only Voxy left right now. 1v2 comes in with the jump shot, but Krypton is ready for him. And Krypton will be the one to land the final blow. Alter Ego stands tall.
6 points in the pocket. Alter Ego Eris continues to dominate. 11 elimination points now for BTR before their heads got chopped off. Superman! Oh man, this is not good as he finds himself down on the floor here. Void Donkey, Tribe, Airmates, Alter Ego, and Vikings playing for the last chicken dinner here in Middlemar. We got Rig back on the screen. Just keeping a close eye onto Vikings. Same thing goes for Void Donkey, because Vikings obviously doesn't have that much cover for themselves. But let's see if they can still stand tall and defend themselves up against XYZ, who actually went in for a charger up against Vikings. And there you go, Vikings taken out of the equation, which brings us down to just 3 teams remaining.
Void Donkey, Trapper Messi, and Alter Ego for the final chicken dinner this season. Trapper Messi in the middle of the circle, at least 2 players there. Yeah, the players do spread out on the left side of the circle. By the north, Alter Ego might moving on to Point Donkey. Point Donkey will need to be aware of that. That circle still favors Point Donkey and the two players from Trapper Messi.
Boo! Moana, of course, trying to save that vehicle. Trapper Messi, they're popping up the smokes there to conceal their location. Moana try to get closer, but just like I said, you know, Point Donkey, they have no pressure at all to leave the compound. All they need to just really wait for the teams to get there and crash. But as for those two players of Tribe Aramezi, they don't have anywhere else to go, so they have to make sure that they keep themselves well hidden from those, I don't know, if they're haystacks, or like just maybe solid forms that they could get behind with to protect themselves.
Right now, decent amount of protection though, because of this compound, but 9 of protection for Rick. And Zeta will take it out by the Razak. Them down. But nevertheless, they can definitely recover Razak. That's going to be a problem. We need for Alter Ego to move forward as well. So Void Donkey could be put in a sandwich situation. Rick officially eliminated. As we have still Trapper Messi here. One player on the outside of the circle. That's going to be Trix. Void Donkey, they don't really need to move because they have the power of the circle.
Yeah. I think, you know, Void Donkey must be feeling that, oh, maybe we should have really maintained the aggression in the battlefield, because during the playoffs they've had like a really big game, you know, and finished at the top, and they number one in the grand finals. They also had a massive performance, even scoring the first chicken dinner, so I thought they were really gunning for the top spot here. And somehow, you know, along those days, they did drop the ball, and their aggression kind of I don't know, just leveled down at some point. And to see them, Void Donkey, being at stage number 7 here, holding on to a compound, and even, you know, like the best team to win a chicken dinner here, it's also kind of heartbreaking, you know, for the fans out there. But Alter Ego Eras, okay, they're on the north side. They know that Void Donkey has that compound. They also know that Tribe Aramasi is still alive in here, still in play. But it could be tricky for both Alter Ego Eras and Tribe Aramasi to even try to crash that compound.
Yeah, it's tricky with the fact now that the Point Donkey still has that circle. Oh man, unless somehow Trapper Missy and Alter Ego, they like both rushing into the compound together, then it will kind of mess up Void Donkey. But if they try to do it like one team after another, then Void Donkey can kind of defend it. But I understand why Trapper Missy and Alter Ego don't really want to make the move, because they want to be the second mover. Once Void Donkey is messed up by any team, then the other team will move in as a third party. That's normal when we see like a three-way standoff like this.
Void Donkey obviously have the number advantage as well, but I feel like Alter Ego Eras is all prepped up, you know, to charge into this compound. Okay, they have taken over the first building. Daybot holding onto a molly here. Gakor trying to respond with a nade, but Daybot, luckily enough, he was able to dodge. Let's see what kind of counter Alter Ego Eras had prepared up against Void Donkey at this point. Gakor is just holding on to his micro Uzi. So I feel like he doesn't have any more nades, but perhaps Razak and Potato are the ones gonna apply the pressure onto the side of Alter Ego Eras, while Gakor just waits up until anyone from Alter Ego Eras exposes themselves. Then that's when the time Gakor is gonna go for a spray.
There was one nade and one knock, and there goes Trix. Okay, Trapper Messi, 2 players left. Point, give it to Zeta. Although right now the points don't really matter. It's a matter of who gets the bragging rights of this final chicken dinner for this season. Stage number 9 is here, people. 3 more seconds and this all will close, and the first one that will feel the wrath of the blue is going to be the 2 players of Trapper Messi. Forced to move down. And maybe even these players in this compound, but I guess it's going to be Trapper Messi first.
Alright, here we go. Trapper Messi taking some chances. Into the smoke they go. Unfortunately, XYZ, the moment that he left that shack, well, he got knocked down in an instant. And we've got Joe still alive and kicking. Unfortunately, he's pretty low in HP as well. He is trying to get into the smokes, to cover himself up. But now, I think he successfully got behind that haystack.
Managed to get through. Okay, that will buy him a little bit more time. But how much time though? I don't think it's much. You will definitely need to move forward again. Okay, just keep your eye on the blue. It will arrive soon. Okay, well, Moana is here. The Moana, oh, it's not only Moana, Zeta as well. Okay, there you go. Peaks, but Zeta will need to leave that rooftop. Jumps down to the lower ground. Now I'll take Eagle. In a fight against Boy Donkey. One by one, we got Dabo, we got Potato, Mr. IGL now down on his knees. Dabo straight into the pole, hoping to that elimination point as Razak will shoot below the Neo Moana. Krypton right in front of him is going to be one player. They all jump down on the Krypton. Krypton trying to defend his squad, but Krypton will get down as well. Boy Donkey, 200 players left. They will rush in. And Boy Donkey will take him the final chicken dinner this season.
Oh, man. So they got the chicken dinner day number 1, first fight, and they got the chicken dinner last round, last day. Okay, what a way to make a statement. I can take that. Boy Donkey, man, this guy's popping up in the last round. Okay, it's still acceptable. They got the chicken dinner, so I do wonder how this is going to affect the status of the leaderboards. But one thing is for sure, Vampire Esports, they were able to seal the deal.
For sure, undoubtedly, that was the plot twist for you, ladies and gentlemen. Out of everyone that Talon could have met, they had to meet with that one player of Vampire that is Newsy, that he had to play like what? From the early of stage 1 alone, and somehow he survived to that point that he meets with Talon. Oh man, what are the odds? What are the odds?
He's probably laughing it off, not even affected that they got eliminated early, but that was such a clutch, to be honest. They know what is at stake. They know what will happen if they will not be able to win that fight. Talon Esports, as much as they could, they held on to that top spot, but I guess it did not go their way. That is the beauty of Battle Royale, ladies and gents. It's unpredictability. And that was such a great demonstration. Vampire's coming up on top there at the last minute. It only goes to show that Vampire is meant to be the champions. The Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10.
You know what? If there's a time machine, what Talon could have done probably better is maybe not to over-challenge Yastaya with Hora Esports, because it became like a 50-50 and they lose a lot of precious points when they don't win. When they win, that's cool. But when they don't win, then, well, it is what it is. But who is our MVP? Okay, we need to find that out as well. So let's roll. Drum roll, people, on the MVP. Before that, champions, Vampire Esports.
They came, they saw, they conquered. Vampire Esports, despite them being on the chillax mode most of the time, they were able to score the greatest title here in the Invitational Showdown.
Oh, absolutely drama to the end here for Vampire Esports. But what a lineup this is. I mean, when Mela kind of got separated for some reason into Strangers Esports, everyone was asking, why did Vampire not pick up Mela? Well, now they did, and you see the result with Vampire Esports having Mela as part of the team amongst all these amazing players. What sort of result they can come up with? This is Vampire Esports coming at you for the upcoming PMSS Southeast Asia. Second place, Talon Esports.
Congratulations, Talon Esports of Indonesia. But I just want to point out, like, they've worked so hard defending their top spot for a long time. And it's kind of heartbreaking for the fans to be, for Talon Esports to not make it at the top during the final day. It's just, ugh, just a little hurt there. But anyway, it's still like a big win, for Talent Esports. They came in as the first runner-up for the Intersection Showdown here in Season 10.
And our second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know this by now. DRS Gaming, second runner-up of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. The team that came in hard today with 2 chicken dinners put them in a very strong running for the #1 spot, and now they ended in second runner-up. Still gotta give it to them. I mean, they came from page 2 to third place. That's still pretty wow.
Yes, and there's a lot to expect for DRS Gaming. This is an off-season tournament, but they continue to perform. They continue to do a fan service, not just in like a number of games. I mean, from the get-go, day number 1 to day number 4, they have maintained their consistency as much as possible, and you can only love these guys. They always show up, which is of course what makes them a well-loved team in the Nepali community. And now the MVP, ladies and gents, after a lot of tug-of-war games between Tony K, between Rosemary of Alter Ego Eris, it was Sky topping them all with 36 elimination points, 9,628 damage output, and an amazing 15 minutes average survival time. Ladies and gents, your overall MVP.
Welcome back, the Sky King of Hora Esports. How could you ever doubt this player? Whatever it is, you will always see him put in a good performance, always able to survive, able to bring in the frags, able to clutch, able to do everything. Even he can do your dishes at home, ladies and gentlemen. The Sky King, Hora Esports. Sky himself, man, what a performance. Now, I really want to see how close his other contenders are. Tony K at number 2, Rosemary dropped to number 3, Delta from DRS number 4, and Sky's teammate, No Fear at number 5.
And imagine it was Tony K and Rosemary to begin with, who's having that tug of war, being at the top spot when it comes to the MVP title. But at the end of 6 matches today, it was a great comeback, for Sky. Was able to pick up the pace, was able to improve his numbers, and was able to snatch that MVP title for himself.
Oh yeah, finally back up there. Yeah, at his throne. But if we were to zoom in on overall fraggers, Tony K is the one that leads with the most eliminations of 40, followed by Mr. Anime Hairstyle GK of Team Seeker 37, Sky from Hora Esports 36 eliminations, No Fear also from Hora Esports 36 as well, and Drugsin from Team Secret 36. So 2 representatives from Team Secret up here and 2 from Hora Esports. But still, Tony K, I mean, this guy, he knows how to frag.
Well, I'm just amazed that these guys can even drop this kind of numbers in the battlefield. To be able to score 40 elimination points in a tournament. These guys, these names, remember them, because they are definitely no strangers at all in snatching that MVP title. May it be an official tournament or like an off-season tournament. But of course, we are all curious at the fact that, okay, just how many points this team was able to put on the board. Vampire at 172, and then Talent Esports coming in at second with 167. Just look at that. They're tied up with DRS. The only difference is the fact that Talent has a total of 5 chicken dinners.
Wow, in the grand finals, 5, that is insane by Talent. And because of that, the tiebreaker favors Talent. And then we have Team Secret. Oh, no chicken dinner, no problem to be at page 1 at the very end, 159. And that's probably because of their tons of eliminations is what we saw earlier. But if we were to zoom in onto like eliminations only, actually Team Secret has the most of all the teams on page 1, 118. It's a sign of a lot of firepower to look forward to.
I would also like to recognize Champions Esports, just because of the fact that, yes, they are a dark horse, but they were able to land themselves on the first page here, along with the big names coming from the regions.
Oh yeah, that's right. At some point, they were like, oh, number 16 looked kind of worrying. And then when they got a feel of the lobby, they just shoot up now on page 1. So still got to give it to them. Hopefully, we get to see more Champions Esports in the future. Now on page number 2. So a couple of movers here. But I guess the unusual one is D Saber at number 16. Not only at number 16, but they are also the only team to not score at least 100 points, 10 points away from it.
Yeah. Also, we have to give it to Vikings. You know, it's not the best of spot here, but the fact that they're doing their best, right? In every match, they always try to be consistent. You know, they're not shy with the engagements, and sometimes they win big fights up against big names as well in the matches. At some point, they even like won a chicken dinner for themselves. So I can say that they've shown us a quite a big impression, you know, for Vikings esports, and I am looking forward, you know, to more tournaments with them in the lobby.
Yep, and we definitely look forward to more tournaments from Ruthless Hype Esports in the future. Definitely not going to be the last one. I'm sure there's more to come. But for all of you, don't forget to follow the social medias of Ruthless Hype Esports for more information on future tournaments. And don't forget to show us some love as well. We wouldn't mind some love. Here are our socials. We're very easy people to find, whether it's on Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, or even Twitter, depending on where you like to browse, or even on YouTube for that matter. And for Red Queen, thank you so much for casting together with me this season. Hopefully we get to cast again next season. Any final closing words?
Nothing. I enjoyed my time here as always, even if I wasn't able to get a point. It is okay. I am the first caster to finish a tournament without bagging any points for myself, but it's still okay. It's always a grand time here in Ruthless, so thank you again for always inviting me to cast. You know, it's a great experience as well, always dealing with production. They're so accommodating, and they attend to every needs, you know, in this tournament. And again, thank you to everyone who keeps on supporting us, everyone who always sends a message saying how much they enjoy our commentary. We do appreciate each and every one of you guys, so please, let's continue supporting each other. Let's continue to make our community big. Please don't forget to check us out on our social media platforms as well. Again, just like what Sir Cloud mentioned, we're very easy people to find. Our names have already been spelled out for you down below, so all you need to do is just check them out. And also, hey, this is already a big community. Don't forget to hit that subscription button as well for Ruthless Hype Esports.
And we thank you so much for watching for this season, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in upcoming tournaments from Ruthless Hype Esports. My name is Sir Cloud, and I'm together with the beautiful Red Queen. We'll be signing off for this season. See you again in the future. Bye! it. But now, because he revealed his position, a bit of an attention will be given towards him. Xavier, looks like they just came out of a fight as Levi's will need to be picked up. And Paragin on the outside. Oh, okay. So they are split in the 2-2 formation. They see Talon swerving around the outside of the circle. And Talon gathering information. They'll start to land onto the compound where Xavier is at. The fight will continue on with Lamborghini knocking down Boyster. Now Ayok with his nade. He knows that Lamborghini is there. He shoots, but Lamborghini scores.
2 down, 2 to go. Talent Esports may be losing this fight up against Xavier, but you know what? Levi's still currently knocked down on the ground. Delta back on the screen here. Just shut down Jewy of FaZe Clan. We can hear a lot of gunshots happening in the surroundings, so I feel like there's a lot of fights happening simultaneously. DRS bagging 3 points. Let's see if they can rack up some more. We got Killer YT, of course, popping off those smokes to try and save his teammate here. But coming off the kill feed, though, it's Break being broken by Balja of Champions Esports.
Oh, and looks like Olio. Oh, wait a second. Jimmy OP still bringing in eliminations. For Cellcom DJ Alliance, he just took out Moana from Alter Ego. Okay, by himself elsewhere. Wonder what happened there. But for DRS now, at the high ground, and below them is going to be Sem9. The Sem9, they do have compound. So all they need to be aware of are the teams around them in case anyone wants to crash in to take over this compound from their hands.
Okay, here we go. But at least, you know, for FaZe, okay, they're down to 2 players, but they were able to put up 4 points. But is it going to be enough, though? We're talking about 2 members, and could be hard for them to maybe get the chicken dinner, but it is not, of course, impossible at all. They could probably play this one out smart. Just look for the perfect timings there. And yeah, just choose your battle. As for Void Donkey, okay, Potato already gone here. It's just Vexy, Gakor, and Razak for the team. Right now, we're not hearing any gunshots. We are just at stage 3. I feel like everyone's just really prioritizing to get a position here. Obviously, DRS already down in the middle here. Same thing goes for Sem9, Void Donkey, and even Team Secret. So most of the fights I feel like is definitely going to happen around north.
Yeah, since the circle went up there too. So Quarry is going to be an interesting area. Not an easy area to play. And we have like at least 3 or 4 teams there in the area of Quarry. What will be more interesting is on the right side, Xavier is there with another team that wants to come into the circle. And Xavier will play the gatekeeping role against Alter Ego, now knocking down Rosemary, a key player for Alter Ego. And now they only have 2 active players left. Lamborghini spent a little bit too much time in the blue.
Yeah, bluer than blue. But fret not, ladies and gents. Lamborghini, I feel like, still going to be saved here at this point. And as for DRS, okay, they're all together. Alter Ego Airs might be stepping away from the fight for now. Maybe they're heading towards the safe zone first. But you know what? BTR is close by. So perhaps, you know, they will be colliding with this team as well.
And they see each other now. Okay, who's gonna really pull the first trigger? Well, that was happening from the Alliance. The final player, Jimmy OP, just got eliminated, but they didn't go out empty-handed. At least they got 1 point together with them. Alter Ego from the right side of the circle. Looks like they rotated down south. But down south, there are more teams waiting, including BTR that you can see here on screen. On north now, it's going to be FaZe Clan and Xavier, Chopper, all alone in this warehouse. Jump shot comes in, left and right. Not able to land his shots yet. And here comes the third player of Xavier. It's going to be a 3v1. They're going to rush in anytime soon, and Chopper goes down.
Yeah, Lamborghini, after getting picked up, he went in for a kill. Chopper already out of the game here. That's confirmation coming through. Xavier now back 5 elimination points, and this is what we want. Coming from Xavier, they are currently at the bottom of the leaderboard, but perhaps after this round, we can see them move up rank. Alpha, Alter Ego Era shut down by Shreps of Vampire Esports, but you know what, who took the point? It is going to be Hands of BTR.
And Nuzi will be revived again. Here comes Vampire Esports on to Xavier. Xavier, they haven't had a good run, as in like, there are so many teams that want to block them out. But amazingly for Xavier is that they still retain the full squad. But that could change right now with Tony K knocking down 1 player of Xavier. That is Levi's. Vampire Esports. They have the advantage. Are they going to go for it? Is it going to be worth it for Vampire Esports? Looks like They're not really going to charge in, not going to commit yet.
And it's just Daybot here. Looking at the situation, okay, he is sticking close to the rim of the circle, but there's a lot of squads, hunting him down. To be honest, he's cooped up in a small spot here. Let's see if he can still, of course, defend himself well. But DRS right now challenging up the boys of Vampire. We got two boys of Vampire currently knocked down on the ground. Miola was the third one to get taken down. It looks like DRS is still on the winning side here.
Oh, and Vampire, one active player left. DRS, however, 6 elimination points already, currently dominating. Here we have the Vikings. Jump shot came in, but Nate punished Tins. Superman wants to throw that nade, but Levi's will put him down to the ground. Now it's only Woonty left for the Vikings. Woonty's on the other side. He wants to save his teammate, but Nate will not allow him to, as Vikings will be eliminated at number 12.
I wonder if this is going to be the same level of energy coming from D Savior from the first match down to the sixth match today. I mean, if they could play at this kind of pace, man, it is going to be a solid night for us. Because after this match, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be the ones at the bottom. 11 teams remaining, and we still are on stage number 5 here. We have Daybot on screen, but oh man, that was savage! That was savage. It was a molly and a nade at the same time, man. You go kaboom and you get burned alive.
Yeah, you don't get to see that all the time. You normally see only one of them, but still, they scored that point. Okay. As for D Xavier, it looks like they're on the roll right now. Look at this, 11 elimination points now for D Xavier, and they're not stopping yet. Just because the circle kept running away from them, giving them a lot of opportunity to take fight after fight after fight, and they will face off against Schwabs from Vampire Esports in this next encounter.
This is our wish being granted by D Xavier. Now they are performing. You said that, they keep on chasing the circle, and it's not a problem for them. Imagine if they were able to play this kind of game from the get-go. Oh, it's going to be wild. But anyway, let's see how wild it can get now that they're up against Team Secret. Oh, Trang just got knocked down on the ground by Nadity, who was actually inside the vehicle. The hover trap, and man, he was able to get down too.
They didn't expect him to still be there. But Medity finally will be knocked out by Frankie from Team Secret. Now Frankie is the one to save Trang. And for his other teammate, they're elsewhere. Shrubs now coming in. Oh, but wait a second. Shrubs is going the other way, alright. Navigating around the smoke, thinking of his next step. While Frankie will finish off Nate. But Razak, he found Shrubs, and Vampire Esports out at number 9. With only one elimination after all that?
Yeah. But not for DRS, man. They exited the game with 7 LMs in the bag, which is absolutely fantastic. And here comes Red Bull again. Going for the kill. Satar just got taken out. FaZe Clan is dominating by 5 elimination points here. And the fight, of course, is still not over with BTR. Nick is still alive. At least we got 3 more players, but unfortunately, Red Bull just fell flat on the floor there because of a hit and run.
And BTR now, they're still playing with Hansel at this time. And so far, it still survive. Now we get to see the next phase of the circle. Sam9 in the middle of it. They have been absent for quite a while and not getting involved in all these fights. But the fight mostly came from the right side of the circle. We now do have BTR there with Team Secret, so that could be the next flashpoint.
Okay, angry spray there, but bullets did not connect at all. No connection. Talon Esports 4 points in the bag, but we're talking about 3 casualties, so it could be hard to pull off a chicken dinner now. But what Axel can do in this situation is just really go for the points here. Either go for the placement or really be aggressive in taking those points by brute force. But anyway, map feed, ladies and gents, BTR, man, they're circling, of course, the middle part of the zone here, probably checking out, okay, we have to go for the zone control, and that's exactly what the plan is for now. And not joining to the mix here. Balja of Champions Esports, he does have a couple players within his line of sight here, but no connection as well. Ooh, but it's a different thing though for trying a Team Secret shutting down Champions.
And Talon out at number 6-4 elimination points. Now we are in the top 5. We hear the music right now. And still up top is going to be Team Secret with 3 players. But BTR is approaching them. One player of BTR doing the scouting work, gathering information about Team Secret. And that's Boxy doing the job. As Boxy turns back, because his other teammate Malabik will be busy with incoming teams. And that's for Void Donkey.
Here we go, Malakvik. Trying to jiggle his way around up against Void Donkey. Vexy went in for a spray, but did not connect at all. Vox now was able to take a position from that hilltop. Unfortunately, he got spotted by Vexy. Accuracy coming from Vexy there, but Han's okay, was able to respond. And I think he was able to put down Razak. So 2 active members now for the side of Bigatron by Vitality and Box. And he just got sent back to the lobby. But Vexy continues on to fight. Was able to bag that point. Unfortunately, great follow through from Malakvik, and Bigatron survives.
Oh, but he has to do it quick because look at the minimap and other teams coming by. Say hello to Sem9 right now. Circling around BTR. And that is Sem9. That will finish off BTR, putting us now in the top 3.
You gotta pick your moments. Alright, here we go. Champions Team Secret Sem9 fighting for the first chicken dinner. Trang now doing a massive spray up against Champions Esports. They do have that high ground advantage, which is perfect. And just look at the distance, just look at the range. Trang still trying to connect here. Kino's been getting some damage, but not enough to put it down just yet. It's a wild and intense fight for this 3 teams.
And Team Secret monitoring the situation. Champions Esports now pushed to the corner. We are only at stage 6. We see stage 7 really soon. Okay, scoping down. It's going to be Kino onto Frankie. Frankie! The moment he pops his head, look at the damage onto himself. Down to 50% health. He has to heal up. Now all the teams, I can say that they're just waiting for stage 7 to happen before planning on what to do.
Yep. You have to digest everything, process everything so you could make the right decisions. We got Kino down on the ground. Not really down on the ground. He is on prone, just waiting for that right opportune moment to take a life inside the battlefield. Champions, they already have 3 points here. Collecting some placement points as well. Team Secret, okay. I feel like they do have the high ground, yes, but they will have to just go for the kill here. Because sooner or later, it may not be favored by the zone, so there's a need for them to maybe step on the gas.
Wow, the one that's favored by the zone is Sem9. Now between Team Secret and Champions Esports. Okay, they have to decide on who will survive this circle. Sem9, they'll just being chill inside the circle. Look at this. Okay, they're there. You don't need to worry too much. Okay, except maybe for that one player. Okay, even that is Drexy from Sem9. That's Spirit from Sem9. So no worries. They have absolute control of the circle now.
Absolutely. You know, even Champions Esports and Team Secret, before they get inside the zone, I feel like, you know, they're the ones going to do the cleanup first. So Sem9, all they need to do is just really wait for, like, which of these 2 teams is going to come out alive. So let's see. Team Secret is still in position here. They still have that slight advantage over Champions Esports, but they are not attacking. They're not being aggressive. Champions Esports, they really don't have much of a choice because they don't have that much cover, and they're totally exposed out there in the open.
Yeah, so what's the solution now, right? So it's for them to figure out, because right now the zone is closing. And Champions, they're not really moving from their spot. At least Team Secret, they're sending scouts out. So they're finding ways to get into the circle, preparing themselves. And right now, they're on the move. But of course, Sem9 will try to stop them from coming in. As for Champions Esports, they're on foot. They're moving right now as well. And Firen found Frankie in the process.
Okay, great shot coming from Firen. He tried to go after GK, but GK was able to hide just in time. 3 revelation points now for Firen here. Champion Esports also trying to get in position here, trying to do a little bit of that third party. We've got Yuhai taking down GK from behind that tree. Now he's coming after Tran, but he does have to go for that quick angle, quick scope. Yes, it was able to inflict a lot of pain there, but still not enough to put Tran down.
Oh, trying to spray down Trang. Trang Zin still holding on to his dear life. Now Firen, he has this nade. Okay, that could be game over for Trang Zin. Atomic will be gunned down by Yuhai though. They see the incoming members of Champions Esports. Trang Zin is still alive. Here comes Champions Esports. Atomic being revived at this moment.
Kieran cooking up an 8-hit GK. Okay, no comment back for that. We got Trixie with a massive spray, shutting down Cass the champions. But you know what? We still got 3 active members for the side of champions, so they are fine. They are responding. They are making it hard for the other 2 teams here to score that first chicken dinner. They're definitely gonna come out swinging in this fight. We got Balja still applying a lot of pressure onto Sem9. Cass now, I think, is gonna be revived. They need all the firepower, of course, obviously, to win this match.
But let's not forget that circle most likely towards the right side. And the team that does not circle at all is going to be Champions Esports. They found Drexy through this nade. Biren is the one to be saving Drexy. And Champions Esports creating a smoke barrier for them to move forward into the circle. They have to do it right now. Create that space for themselves. Find a tree. Find the next checkpoint. As Sem9 recovering.
Okay, Trexie firing on prone here. Trexie will still need to heal himself up. He needs to be at 100% here. Going up against Team Secret and Champions Esports. Got Trank cooking nade. We're gonna let him cook. Oh, but switched into a DBS. So, yeah, I couldn't decide whether or not he's going to go for the AR or a shotgun, but perhaps he should stick with the AR because Sem9 definitely will not get close to him. Champions Esports, all they need to do, Sir Cloud, is play their cards right, and they could probably have that chicken in the bag now.
And Drang's in. He's just been chilling there. He's like, okay, I know I'm the last guy for Team Secret. I don't want any part of this. If he can survive to a second place finish, that's great for him. Or maybe become the kingmaker later. As we talk about later, it should be now. Because we are at stage 9 closing. So it's going to close entirely. Okay, from the other side of the road, we can see Yuhai coming in to his other teammates. Starting to get as close as possible to the middle of the circle. Champions Esports not too far away, but Cass found Drexy.
Yep. And now Cast. About oh, I thought he was gonna go for the nades there, but Cass, great spot. That M4 was able to take down an enemy. Here comes firing back on the screen here, ladies and gents. And of course, the 2 teams fighting for that first chicken dinner. Team Secret already eliminated with 3 points in bag. It's a 3v3, but Sem9 might be losing some more members here, which is of course detrimental. And there you go, ladies and gents. Champions was able to score the first chicken dinner of the night.
Wow, what a run by Champions! Sem9, they had the comfort of the circle, but Champions, they have the champion mentality. So much for them to do in this round. They came from the northern side. There were teams that they need to deal with to get into the circle, including Team Secret that was just next to them. They allowed Team Secret to move first in the circle to the right side of it. And then they took the left side in. Wow. And then they found a space. And when the circle kept shifting away from them, they are still able to move forward and slowly creep into Sem9.
Oh, absolutely. They are the champions, my friend, because they kept on fighting till the end. But yeah, Champions Esports, the dark horses here, was able to flip the script up against Sem9. And yeah, it's a great thing to see that Champions Esports is showing up for the first match here. And not just getting the chicken dinner, by the way. I mean, this is an outstanding score for Ellens as well. It is a total of 8 points, so that is, I can say, pretty impressive.
Oh, absolutely right. I'm impressed with the gameplay. Now, the numbers might not be as sexy, like okay, just a handful of eliminations, but it is the way they execute things that for Champions is very tactical. At some point, they seem to be like the living undead. Like you can knock them down, but you cannot take them out into the lobby. They know how to revive each other. Very, very well coordinated within Champions Esports. This is a round that they should be proud of, even though the numbers are not as sexy, but you know, it's just the way of how they execute things.
Response time is on point, you know, for Champions, at least for this round. That's how I saw it. The rotation is great as well. You know, they did not go for super aggressive, but it was just like just enough, to not be empty-handed when it comes to eliminations. Just to make sure that even if they get taken out early in the match, they will have something in the bag, which is of course great. As long as you exit the game with something, then I guess you'll be safe, right? Teams to watch. For Erangel, aside from champions, we got D Savior, BTR, and of course Sen9 who came in at second.
Yeah, and the teams to watch here, interesting enough, 7-9, despite them able to survive to like the top 3 earlier, but still because of maybe their elimination points are not that much, they're number 4 here as our teams to watch. But these even they clearly got a lot of eliminations this round. So it's interesting to see how many points did they actually collect later. The head-to-head, we're going to compare Champions Esports and Sem9. So Sem9 only collected 3 points this time, but for Champions Esports, from the last I noticed, they scored 4 eliminations. At the end, they still scored 8 with the chicken dinner, 18 points. That's actually really nice.
Champions really, I guess, for me, showed high precision gameplay. That's all I can say. As for the MVP, it's a great thing to see that we got Lamborghini stepping up, with 4 elimination points and 914 damage output. Dinga Savior maybe did not win the chicken dinner, but they had quite an impressive run as well, just because they were able to take a lot of score. So they're not going to be the team who is at the bottom, that is for sure. So I'm excited to see the overall ranking.
I thought you said D Xavier might not win that chicken dinner, but they won the hearts of their fans. Since they also feature another player here, Nate T, as one of our top performers with also 4 eliminations, and then you have Varian from Sen9 who actually contributed to all the eliminations for the team to be up here. Now, the important points, match leaderboard, Champions Esports, 18 points collected, D Xavier 13 points. With this amount of points, there's a chance that they should be able to get out of number 16.
Yep, and as for the bottom 3, Alter Ego Eris, Tribe, and Horror Esports, I mean, Horror, moments ago, I think, they weren't able to get to the weapons first, and I think that was, of course, an unfortunate chain of events for Horror Esports and Tribe. Eramacy, I feel like they just tripped, but probably will come back stronger in the next round.
Yeah, 5 more games to go, so we'll see how big of a gap they have right now with number 1. But before we head out to official match stats, so 60 total eliminations means everyone fought to the end. Nobody went out to the zone. 4 airdrops looted. So even though with this kind of circle, there's a good amount of water in it for a few stages, but teams still had the time to loot the 4 airdrops. So that's fine. Throwable use pretty average, I would say. And Razak comes in as the longest elimination distance of 381. Now for the points, Talon is still number 1.
Okay, yeah, 144. It's an okay gap. Not wide, but it's still okay. The question is if Vampire Esports and FaZe, even Alter Egoers, can catch up to that. But as for Champions Esports, again, slowly but surely, they're moving up ranks here, a total of 3. We got DRS as well, moving up 1. Currently, they're tied up against each other. But we're looking to break it, because DRS, I feel like it's a good start for them in Erangel, so they're just trying to warm up, and it's gonna be an exciting game 2 in Miramar, that is for sure.
So for page 2, I would say even like if you're number 9, number 10, 5 more games, if you can be explosive, you can still catch number 1. No, but okay, I know. You must be thinking that D Xavier, after that explosive performance, they're still at number 16. What? Okay, they share the same amount of chicken dinner as Vikings, but maybe the next tiebreaker is what favors Vikings above D Xavier.
And to be honest, I can say that most of the teams, right? Most of the teams that we have in the lobby here is really more on aggressive, just because of the fact that 11 teams right now have crossed the triple-digit score. So, in terms of elimination points, man, these guys are really going around the maps to bag them all.
Oh, well, we will go around the map to find for our break time, ladies and gentlemen, because when we're back, we will be going on to game number 2. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
More action coming your way, ladies and gents, as we prepare ourselves for match 2 this evening, or technically match number 20, because today is the last day of the grand finals, ladies and gents, and we are as excited as you guys to start the match. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud, and we are on the caster's desk serving you the best chicken dinners the tournament has to offer.
Yes, and in case you just joined us, speaking about chicken dinner, Champions Esports, they scored the first chicken dinner today, now putting them at page 1. So with them at page 1, they're also not too far away from the number 1 spot. So who knows, a surprise can happen if Champions Esports can actually be the champion amongst all these other giants. That's also a record-breaking stat.
That is an absolute possibility that can happen in the tournament. Like, if Champion Esports continues to play at this kind of pace, then we are in for a treat here. The question is if those other titans will let this happen. Like Champion Esports getting at the top spot, you know, being the top dogs in the yard in Season 10 of the tournament. So that's an exciting question and an exciting outcome, you know, for the tournament. And as for the Miramar performers, it's Vampire, Celcom DJ Alliance, for esports, and of course the Real Soldiers. And I can say every team that we have here, I think like they are tank build just because of the whopping amount of average survival time.
So a lot of them have their respective numbers there. But will that be a guide for you to pick your team? Who are you gonna go for?
If a guy can pick my team?
A guide.
A guide.
The stats are a guide.
Oh, okay,
Guideline
okay, a
guide?
guide. All right. I thought you said guy, like a guy. Okay.
I mean, if a
Oh.
guy, then maybe production help us pick our picks. Like we let production pick everyone's pick.
Honestly, I can't. I don't know if I'm gonna be accurate here. Even if I base my choice on numbers, it doesn't always come out that way. So I'm just gonna go with a team that oh, you put horror esports. Okay, all right, I'm gonna let that happen. Okay, we're gonna go back to back horror esports right now because production says so. So I'm gonna go and follow the lead. You know, they might give me a point this time.
Okay, you're gonna take their recommendation
Yeah.
then. Okay, I'll take one from the random draw as well. Give me one. Random draw. Hmm. Outer Ego. Okay, okay. I like my pick. I like production's pick for me. Yeah.
My brain
That
ain't
is good.
functioning anymore, so like, cause it doesn't make sense. Like, even if I go with a team with like I consider a high performing team in the grand finals, sometimes it doesn't come out according to plan here. They don't go for the aggressive play, or maybe they will have an early elimination. So I'm already confused. So yeah, horror esports, they've been consistent in Miramar. They've been aggressive as well. So perhaps, we could turn the tide around, and Horror even can give me a point here.
So if Horror Esports scores the chicken, are you gonna give half a point to production for picking it for you?
No,
Now,
because I
okay.
gave them a point the other day. So this
True.
is payback. This is
True.
payback.
True. They owe us one for getting a 3 point. Yeah. Yeah, they should have got that one. That's a sneaky one. They psychoed us to give us the answer.
That is true. That is true. And you know what, ladies and gents, come on. This is already the grand finals, and we've got your favorite teams here coming from the best region. So might as well invite your friends, right? Let them know that today is, of course, the grand finals. We are now down to 5 games remaining. Imagine that. 5 more chances for us to check out our favorite teams, our favorite players, if they can actually bag the chicken dinner. So let's go.
Yeah, put it in as well, right? Number 1, who's going to back the chicken dinner this round? Number 2, who is going to be the champion this season? Number 3, who is going to be the MVP this season? Will it still be Rosemary or anyone else from the road to MVP? Or outside of the road to MVP that can catch? Or maybe someone from Champions Esports. We can consider them quite a dark horse if you kind of put on paper Champions Esports versus all these other teams that have even make their showing in the globals. Champions Esports is actually quite a dark horse. So who knows, they could be the one to snatch it away.
Kino and Atomic, right? I mean, they are the key players for champions, I can say. Yeah, it's actually still a tug of war, for Tony K. We got Rosemary and Sky Horror Esports. There's even example from DRS also included in the list of like highest damage, most heads getting popped, or I don't know, like some of the titles that we see popping onto the left side of the screen there. So we'll have an idea, like, who are those players that have been top in the charts when it comes to the individual titles.
Yeah, the individual titles is definitely something of a good bragging right. So something that we want to see. Within the champions, they do have representatives in the road to MVP. If not today, it was also in the past few days too. So they've been popping in and out of the road to MVP, and also some of the other stats. So that means they are really pushing it, right? But now 5 more games. So let's see how far they can push it. If they can be as explosive as the round before, played it very smart, played it very tactically, they can come up with a surprise. And maybe if they can put themselves in podium spot after this round, they stand a very good chance of being at number 1. But it will be down to them doing the business in Miramar.
And we all thought that, the Savior worked very hard in bagging a lot of points, and we all thought that they're going to climb up ranks. But no, they remain to be at the bottom here. But with that kind of performance in Irango, I feel like they've already waken up from their deep slumber. Perhaps they could turn things around here in Miramar. Flight path is I can say that this is still a kind flight path. We are northbound here, ladies and gents, and now most elimination goes to Tony K. Most knockouts, we got Rosemary at 31, and again we still got Tony K and Sky Horror Esports from behind. We got headshots, Rosemary, a total of 8 here. Actually, it's 8 for everyone.
Oh yeah, that means the numbers are very tight. But highest damage, look at this. Sky overtook Rosemary in the most damage department already. Because last we checked, the difference was only about 100, so it only needs one round for Sky to overtake him. As for most knockouts, it's like 31, 30, 30, so it's close, it's close. Now looking at this flight path, we can start on the southern side of Lost Learners all the way up to the Oasis area. As usual, Lost Learners will house a couple of teams. This time it is the Xavier and Celcom DG Alliance. But I'm also looking forward to see if, again, Power Grid, will we see BTR? Now, BTR this time they decided to drop at the northern side, Torre Afumada area, and they will leave Power Grid for Trap or Messi.
Okay. I thought RQ is gonna go for Hacienda de Patron considering how close they are to DRS, but perhaps not. Not. Okay, I don't think a team would challenge up DRS in that specific area. As for VTR, they've chosen to drop in Torre Ahumada, but a couple plays from VTR are actually close to phase, so perhaps we can see a trade-off happen just in case they're gonna go for the vehicle play here. But Talon, okay, they're not complete. They managed to get a van for themselves, so they're gonna be safe here. And now they found a buggy which respawned in this particular spot. I mean, those are just some of the considerations, right? Okay, it is not just about picking up a drop spot here, like picking an area, but you also need to know where the cars will spawn, and that you could actually design and come up with a plan there based on like where the vehicles will be.
Yeah, and there are some guides online that I know the players use to kind of like have an idea on that. Okay, these are the spawn points of vehicles. But of course, if it actually spawns at that certain round, then it's totally random. But in general, they would know that, okay, around this area, there will be a vehicle, like plus minus maybe 100 meters or so. So when they drop, they normally know that, okay, we drop around this area, and then while we were parachuting, while we are gliding, just look around, you see there's a vehicle there, then you can do a direct drop. That's why for the most part, we see like players like, okay, they have an idea, they drop straight into like no man's land, and then straight into a vehicle and go off. And that's where sometimes we see the clash of getting that vehicle very early on. So yeah, that's part of the homework of being a pro player, ladies and gentlemen. So a little bit of tips for all of you is to understand the spawn points of what you need.
Exactly. And it's sometimes it can get comedic when two players actually go for a vehicle and one of them is successful enough to get behind the steering wheel, and then they're gonna go for the hit and run. Oh, that's also kind of fun to watch, and the way that they dodge the vehicles sometimes is just it's just really funny. But anyway, we are not experiencing any fights happening just yet. And as for DRS, again, they dropped in Hacienda de Patron, who is or like which the area is actually close to the rim of the circle here. So they're probably safe, and I don't think they're gonna leave the compound unless they need to leave the compound, because as long as you have a fortress, all you need to do is just really set up a very good defense here to make sure that you remain alive.
Yeah, remaining alive is definitely the key at the very beginning. You don't want to like, okay, at the start, I lost one player. Then you have to play like the next 20 plus minutes with 3 players. Yeah, I mean, we have seen like multiple times teams with 3 players doing it. But it's never a fun feeling to be actually being in that situation. So as best as possible, like for example, the Power Grid, because PTR, they hardly win against Trapper Messi at Power Grid in the past few days especially. So they decided to like, okay, you know what? It's not working out for us. Yesterday was probably their last push at Power Grid, and this time they decided to just step away for it, drop at the area of Tori Ahumada, and then they will see how they're going to manage things later on. So BTR right now, they're at 100 points. They have a 44-point gap with Talon and 5 more games to go. It's quite steep for BTR. But still, you can treat it as an off-season tournament. It's more of them to give like some of these rare players a good run out, like Hunt Steel, for example. And they can afford to rest like their top players like Sata. So if you notice that yesterday Sata did not play.
Exactly. You know, I feel like it's sometimes a hard pill to swallow for the teams that a certain like rotation strategy and a drop spot is not working out. So we do understand why sometimes teams can be stubborn. You know, they're not letting go of the drop spot even if they keep on losing. But there's a need for you to change. If something is not working out right, then you need to tweak something. So stepping away from a fight and just making sure that you focus on like playing the long game and just focus on your longevity. I think that it's a step for the team to improve, like adjust their gameplay accordingly and making sure that they address every problem in each of the matches, because again it's always a gamble, right? I mean, if you enter a game, you don't even know if you're going to win the fight, you don't even know if you're going to get enough points to secure your position, so there's a lot of factors to consider.
And now they have to consider the factor of the circle, which is kind of kind. There's a chance that the circle, well, currently centered in Lost Learners, if this becomes an urban warfare, then we're gonna play this round until stage 9. Everyone will hold their corner, typical urban warfare sort of thingy. But we might see the first blood now. So far, the longest first blood that we have waited in this tournament is at stage 3. But we might see at stage 1 now with Superman dropping a nade onto Ayok while receiving a bit of damage from the other side.
Yeah, I think there's another team at play here, or perhaps a member of Talent Esports was able to get across along the mountain ranges there, providing some mid-man support. Well, let's see what's going to happen, because 1T right now is scoping down on Boys Hill. I think he knows exactly where to point the gun. Yes, sir, Boys Hill was able to get some damage there, but 1T continues on the pressure. But Boyce was able to get behind that concrete wall, so he's gonna be safe. The question is if he can be effective with a counter.
And still the fight continues on for this hill. As Talon, right now looking at the Vikings. Talon, they do have the compound from the inside. Mortar sprays on the Wonti, shooing him away on the other side of the hill. Now they don't have a direct, clear line of sight onto Vikings. So Vikings, they hold the other side. We're still at stage 1. If they decided to move away, they can still do that.
Talon, I think, is going for a pinch because we can see them split and up, getting to more angles to work with up against the opposition, which is, of course, a great play for Talons. But Vikings been defending themselves okay, but this is an erratic behavior again coming from the circle. I mean, just look at the amount of teams that will be coming from the northern side, and we got Vikings, the Savior, not the Savior, we got Sem9, so close together here, even with Vikings. So just by looking at the situation and how the teams are actually getting down from the top, I feel like there's going to be a lot of collisions that will happen in stage 3.
Yeah, with this kind of circle, especially a lot of teams will want to go for the high ground down south. So that's where they will fight it off each other. I'm also glad that the circle kind of moved away from Lost Learners, because I personally am not a fan of urban warfare. It slows things down significantly. But without the circle truly there, now we're going to see more fights. Leon just took out Wunti and secured by Jimmy OP. Now breaks these Adeluk, and they will got him down. Adeluk is not out yet. He needs backup right now. The rest of Telkom DJ Alliance will need to come, but Break took away Adeluk's life. Telkom DJ Alliance playing as a trio right now. Looks like they need to defend the ground against the Vikings, as Prince passing by with a smoked up vehicle, and he is able to reach his destination safely.
Caleb out, 3 to go for Succumb to Jail Flyers. They're managing two teams at the moment. We've got the Savior from the left, and of course Vikings just up in front of them. Wunti, I believe he was already taken out, so we're also talking about three players for Vikings. So this is going to be a fair fight. But yes, we did mention the D-Savior actually close by, so perhaps it could be a three-way battle later on. But as for D-Savior, I don't see them leaving the compound as well. But when it comes to like getting some information about like where the teams will be coming from, I think pretty much they already have an idea. We got FaZe Clan over here, close to where Donkey is, so perhaps there's also a trade that could happen in just a while. We're just waiting for these teams to decide that, hey, maybe now it's a time to fight.
Could it be now for FaZe Clan as well? Since they're thinking about stepping out of this area. Okay, just waiting for Donkey. Okay, Donkey not interested. They'd rather take a better position within the circle. So that will open up access to FaZe Clan to move forward. And smart enough for Donkey, it's better to secure all these checkpoints first before more teams come by. Because when you see this kind of circle down south, there are a lot of good spots with elevation that if you don't take early enough, other teams will.
And again, if you want something, you just have to fight for it. That is, of course, how you survive in a Battle Royale game. And you need to be able to make a lot of good decisions, to be honest. And it's so hard because you always have to be quick on your toes here. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But the thing is, you just really need to be proactive in everything. And you must be always ready for a fight. You know, predict the unpredictable, so to speak. Or maybe anticipate what might happen next. TRS Gaming on screen having a trade with Vampire Esports, and now we're looking at RQ because they're also close with BTR. GenFuzz is obviously trying to get close, moving forward, but from behind, man, it's Nerpeiko shutting down Satar. Oh, that would be Asa. Okay, Asa shutting down Satar.
But that's teamwork between the two of them. And looks like, oh, BTR, they are switching their lineup again this round. So welcome back Satar, but not in the way that he would have hoped for. Now he has been eliminated. The rest of BTR still around the corner. But we shift our attention onto Alter Ego now against Donkey.
Okay, Moana is back in the ocean here. 3 plays for Alter Ego errors. We're looking at Rosemary. Is trying to find a very good position and maybe an angle as well, because Donkey is already trying to prep up for a fight here, but unfortunately Vexy just got shut down by Alpha. Oh, he did not even see that one coming, but here comes GenFuzz now back on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, going after Tribe Arrow Macy and seems to be winning the fight because XYZ is already out.
And the Pico is down, and RQ will need to pick him up. Tribe Arrow Macy is still around. They try to shoot away the members of Tribe Arrow Macy, or at least try to eliminate them. And here comes GenFuzz with the molly just to buy a little bit more time while waiting for Nepeko to come back up again. Now Alter Ego continues the fight against Donkey. And RRQ looks like they're winning the fight against Trap Arrow Missy. And it seems like they just eliminated them. They get a confirmation to this. They bought the moment he stepped into the barn. He gets gunned down by Razak.
Yeah, I was a little reckless there. I mean, obviously you're trying to flush out some players, and you know, someone will always be waiting for the right opportunity to take you down. So yeah, I wasn't prepared for that one. Coming off the kill feed, it's FaZe Clan losing some members. We got Cast as well down on the ground. Confirmation coming through that he is already out of the game, and we continue to see some trade-offs happen between champions and FaZe. One of them is cooking up a nade here, but Atomic gets shot at the face by Shopper with a shotgun. And now he just actually came out from the back here, still trying to dance it off, but Bigatron Vitality exited the game empty-handed.
And looks like so for Champions Esports, they still need to deal with Shopper. Just running around in circles. Okay, Kino, he sees him. It's just the UMP. They are still playing tag now. And looks like Shopper will be the one to tag Palja. Now it's only Kino versus Shopper. Shopper is low. And Kino comes in with a spray with his UMP, and he will get that elimination. He should have enough time to heal.
Oh man, it's gonna be hard for champions. I mean, I do wonder if there's going to be enough time for the pickup. I mean, they still have to maybe replenish their backpacks. They just came up from a fight there. I do wonder if they also have some vehicles that they could use to get from point A to point B. And there you go, ladies and gents. Confirmation. Atomic just got knocked down again by the Plaza. So, yeah, that answers our question. 14 teams remaining here for stage 4. Looking at Vampire at the moment, they're at the edge of the circle here. Probably has a chance to do a little gatekeeping up against DRS, who's trying to make their way through. RQ also by the rim, close to another team, which would be Talent Esports.
Yeah, they're playing by the rim probably because they want to hunt teams now. They're pretty hungry. Considering that RQ is at number 14 now, I'm sure they wouldn't mind points for them to climb into page number 1, and to do that is to find elimination points. So now they found their next target, Talent. But Talent not interested. They're like, nope, we don't want to go out now because we still have a throne to keep.
Okay. They want to make sure that they will be popping off, in the right time. Just of course, you gotta know when to peak. To be honest, Horror Esports, after a devastating early elimination from Erangel, they managed to stay complete squad here for stage 4. I don't see them engaging just yet. Probably they are avoiding conflicts during the first few zones and might be focusing more on strategic placement instead of just going for the aggressive kill, which is doing them good for now. We got Vikings back on the screen, Wunti out of the game here, and the fight is not over between them and Voindonki. Voindonki, they still, I believe, have a couple of players. So, yeah, let's see if they can get hunted. Because the rule here is that you kill or be killed.
Oh, you kill or be killed. Okay, alright. Oh, strong words there. Let's see if they can be strong enough to live up to those words. Let's see, Boy Donkey moving away. While we look at the northern side of the circle, now we have DRS on screen. Right in front of them is going to be Vampire Esports. 4 players in front of Delta. Delta crawling within the smoke. Only he has good, clear vision. Forward, he sees one target. Almost getting Mela. Mela, 10% of health. Somehow he managed to run away.
Man, okay, Delta still has a lot of mollies in the bag here that he could choose. Probably he's just buying some time for the backup to arrive before he actually engages to fight here up against Vampire Esports. But for Alter Ego Ares, again, end of the line with only 2 points. Let's see if they can still come back, in the following matches for today. Vampire holding on to a compound, and obviously DRS would love to flush them out, and the fight is actually happening on the northern side. And as for the other teams here, I'm looking if there will be a conflict that will happen pretty much soon. I feel like it is just going to be Vampires and DRS for now.
But that thing could be changed by the circle. Right, we're going to get a slightly northern side circle. So teams on the outside, we have RRQ, Hora Esports at the south. We're going to share the same area with Champions Esports. And just look at the movement by Hora Esports. Down there, they're moving towards Champions Esports. We could see a clash real soon. We're going to keep our eyes glued right now to Vampire Esports versus DRS by the edge of the circle. As Shrubs, he sees Delta, he sends a nade cross, and Delta moves away just in time.
Here we go. Shrubs getting tagged from behind by another team. So they must be careful not to overextend themselves. That would be the boys of RQ trying to get into the mix here. We got Miola trying to find his way around the situation. It's going to be hard for them to have a trade-off up against DRS since DRS is actually at the hilltop here. Probably DRS will go for a reposition just because of the fact that, their place is a little bit exposed to RQ as well. It could be hard for them to shut down Vampires at this point. So let's see if there's going to be a change in the play. But as for Team Secret, we are hearing some gunshots as well, and they're close to DRS. So perhaps, they're going to have the fight inside this warehouse.
And the rotation's happening for Team Secret. They found this warehouse, like what you mentioned. But DRS is still around the corner, so this warehouse is not 100% clear. Team Secret needs to clear them off first. That's where they'll be charging against DRS. But here comes Team Secret on screen. Gante goes down to the hands of Team Secret. Looking for more targets from DRS. And DRS, they're also managing with Vampire Esports. One of them just needed Tony K.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so Tony K down on the ground. GK was able to heal himself up, so Team Secret back on a 4-man squad. Got Vampire Esports on screen, Tony K still bleeding out there in the open. It could be tricky for Schreps here to pick up his teammate because they still need to deal with RQ. And now we can see Schreps holding on to his AUG here. We got Miaula trying to make sure that he's all boosted up for energy here. He's also waiting for anyone to be an easy target. There goes the spray. Not exactly sure if he was able to shut down one, but no name actually popped in the kill feed.
Yeah, so perhaps not yet, but it may happen soon because right now we have 3 teams here. And for Hora Esports, they're in a fight of their own against Sem9. They managed to get one player of Sem9, but Supreme is down, calling up for help as well. On the elimination feed, we have Vampire Esports now charging in. It's going to be Newsy at the forefront. He's going to stop over with his teammate Schweppes with a high guard advantage. He gets 1, looking for the other 2 more, gets 2, and potentially get 3. No, not yet. He has to reload by switch over his weapon. The spray from Schweppes will finish them off. Vampire Esports wipes out RRQ.
And now here comes Hara. Okay, racking up some points here up against Sem9. Yeah, we've got a couple plays from Sem9 down on the ground, but Sleepy is down as well. GK from kill feed has been taken down to his knees here. Supreme making sure he gets the points, and Miaula, well, he's also knocked down on the ground. And the best part for Hora Esports is that fact that, of course, they still get to be a complete squad, but Team Secret still continues on to fight up against vampires.
Here comes the rotation by Trangsin, but look at the damage of the Trangsin. Ooh, that was a very, very close one. Now he needs a bit more space to heal up, but Schweppes with the Molly might not give him that chance. That Molly, lucky enough for Trangsin, will not connect. As Zerus is keeping an eye on the flank in case Vampire Esports they do anything funny, but Trangsin right now will want to charge forward, will want to take the fight against Vampire Esports with SFK. Now he puts himself on the lower ground, he closes the gap between himself and also Vampire Esports. Trangsin. Come down by Newsy. Zero's down as well. Only down to Frankie left. Frankie can actually do it for Team Secret. Frankie with the high ground. And frankly speaking, he will not lose that one.
Well, man, timing is everything, I can say. You don't even know when your enemy's gonna pop their heads, and you just have to really be good at pre-firing. But Triberry back on the screen here, and again we're looking at Rig, probably the last surviving member. He is about to get inside the zone, but could be difficult to pull off just because of the fact that he doesn't have anyone to back him up in this situation. And wherever he goes, I mean, there will be a team to challenge him.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, I'll be right here waiting for you.
Oh,
Watching your game. Hora Esports waiting at the side. Surprise, surprise on the Superman. Sleepy is the one to take him out. Now Hora Esports dominating with 5 elimination points. They're looking for the next target. Rick will be the next one to be gunned down. And Rick, the final player for Chapter, missing now. Managing 2 different teams at the same time. Spraying down on Talon. And Talon, they're not able to fire back yet. They're unsure about Rick's position. And Rick continue to wreak havoc, not only on Talon, but now on Hora Esports.
yeah, it's so many teams, 3 to be exact. So since he opened fired, yeah, his position is definitely compromised here. Coming off the kill feed though, it's Lamborghini down on the ground, courtesy of Celcom DG Alliance. 8 teams remaining for stage 6. Miramar is kind of on a fast pace here. No Fear is already pretty close with Vikings, so there's a need for him to conceal his location by popping off those smokes. I mean, you don't want to be a dead giveaway, to any of the teams here and make it easy for them to shut you down. But as for No Fear, bags nagged key, 7 now points in the bag for Hora Esports. And yes, the fight continues on even from the savior Levi's. Oh,
Wait.
name face.
What? Okay, they exchanged one is a bullet, one is a nade, but at the end of the day, both got eliminated. But from afar, speaking about elimination, Rick just got eliminated, and that is it for him. Team Secret, this time they're on the rampage with 10 elimination points. Now we are in the top 5, including Hora Esports with the full squad. Champions Esports still in the game, looking at Talon. Talent now in the lighter side of Kino. Kino is the final player of Captain Esports. He has to be careful not to overpeak. 20% of health. He has that 1% to use, but Sleepy will be the one for him to sleep from the side.
I don't know what's going to happen here with Talon's Esports. I mean, this is not the best of spots. It's quite vulnerable because they're staying in one particular area, and a Molly and a nade could potentially wipe them off. Horror Esports, they've already picked up the information. The Talon is just right across them. So perhaps, yeah, we'll see a fight definitely commence in just a while. We got Ayok scouting, checking if, okay, I know there's a team here that could put us down, but where are you guys exactly? And Talon Esports managing to survive that peculiar spot only goes to show that they're here to bring their A game.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, they still maintain a full squad despite them being shot at from afar and being pressured by other teams. Oh, Ceres, Team Secret, gets Jimmy OP. Cellcom DJ Alliance will need to recover him. So we're still looking at Talon versus Aura Esports. I wonder who will need to make that first move. It seems like... Okay, it seems like, okay, it's Talon that needs to move forward. Aura, they're already in the circle. In fact, they have a split on the opposite side of the road that there's a likeliness that they will need to meet across at the northern side of this circle. But ideally, for them to clear off other teams first. Now they are scouting, gathering information, while Supreme is looking at Talon.
Okay. Teams are gauging the situation here. Ayok is cooking up an aid. Supreme just got his buggy. I feel like they're gonna step back and join the rest of the team here. We got your best friend doing an angry spray up against the opposition of the Team Secret from afar. They're also trying to take care of business up against Cellcom DJ Alliance, which is Kasim, aka Genie OP. And you know what? Hey, let's join in Horror as well. And an accurate shot coming from Axel. Or they know here after the game.
Oh, and Axel trying to take down Jimmy OP. But it's Sky that shows up from the side. And Jimmy OP eliminated. Number 4 for Cellcom DJ Alliance. Top 3 right now, Talon, Horror Esports. And the final player of Team Secret is going to be Ceres. We see him there on screen, out in the open. Sky spraying down the Talon from the side. As for Ceres, he's still alright for now. But Horror Esports surely will want to take him out.
And Horror does have the numbers here. Only show how quick they are when it comes to their momentum shift. But Talon, okay, let's not forget the fact that they are at the top of the leaderboards here. So, yeah, they would want to create more gap, so to speak, compared to the other teams here to make sure that they get to the finish line with flying colors. And now the fight continues on between the top team and Horror Esports. Who's going to be bagging the chicken dinner? Let's go and find out.
And both teams have their own objective in this round to score the chicken dinner. Talon 4 players, they're going to take the left side of the circle, while Horror Esports taking the right side of the circle. Coming soon, in about 15 more seconds, we'll see stage number 9. No circle at all, so it's best to take control of the middle part of the circle. But now, Sky and Supreme, they will want to move forward. Right in front of them is going to be Ayok from Talon, and he's cooking up that nade. Sky doing the same as well, and that's so. Will nade down Sky. Now they're going to charge in onto Supreme. Supreme 50% of health. Ayok comes in with SLK, and Supreme will be gunned down. It's going to be one more to go. Sleepy on the other end, and they're closing down to Sleepy.
Nice.
Sleepy gets EXO.
Okay, this is what needs to happen. Sleepy needs to pick himself up. He needs to heal up. And after that, he needs to charge in. But you know what? Your best friend. He needs to shut him down. But here comes Sleepy now with the attack. And unfortunately, well, he doesn't have any advantages, to be honest. He doesn't have the firepower, doesn't have the manpower. Hence, Talon Esports again continues to win the fight.
Talon solidifying themselves at the top with the chicken dinner. Ooh, and Riku, you almost got your prediction.
I almost got.
Nice. Almost. It was that close towards the end. But it's okay, it's okay. 4 more games to go for Red Queen, alright? Well, we'll try here. But for Talon, they're definitely still trying. Highly motivated, the fact that they are at number 1 and they have been looking at the score gap like getting smaller and smaller. So with this chicken dinner, it would clearly, it will surely open up that gap again. It's just a matter of how far is that gap. We'll check that one later. But for the stats, okay, this is the stats from the previous round when Champions Esports, they scored the chicken dinner. But for talent, I'm sure we'll check that one out later.
Yes, exactly. I think for Talent Esports, they would want to create a significant gap, just to smoke the other competitors inside the game. There's a need for them to do just that to make sure that, up until we reach match number 6 here, they will have some perks to enjoy, like maybe lose a match there, or like maybe have a bad game that would not reflect on their overall position. But yeah, I mean, Talent Esports definitely is starting to cement themselves at the top spot. So I do wonder if the teams will take this one as a challenge, probably be motivated as well, because they haven't gotten to the top spot just yet. But Talents, this is a testament as well, coming from this team that it is part of their objectives to be the best team for season 10.
Yes, and it's quite clear because during the playoffs, they did show a good performance and they carry over an even better performance in the grand finals. So it's so far so good. To the best of my memory, I guess they already scored like 3 or 4 chicken dinners. That's something that we'll check out later. But this round, they only scored 4 elimination points, so they are not the highest point collector. In fact, the highest point collector is Hora Esports, followed by Team Secret, and then we have Talent, and then we have Champions Esports. And that's also apparent by the fact that Hora Esports, they travel a lot more than all these other teams, allowing them the opportunity to meet other teams and gain those elimination points. And they were really active, like how we saw earlier.
Yeah, and also even if Hora Esports wasn't able to bag the chicken dinner, this will definitely help them move up ranks as well. So again, it's a slow climb for Hora Esports, but the important thing is they are showing up, for today's set of matches, which is the audience, of course, is going crazy for. And head-to-head here, Zero's coming from Team Secret and No Fear of Hora. We've got Zero setting up a 2-point lead in terms of elimination points here from No Fear. Damage output, it is tilted over to No Fear. But as for the team contribution, okay, it's 50. So half of the team effort, of course, coming from Zeros of Team Secret.
Oh, but most of the effort for Hora Esports came from none other than your favorite MVP, Sky. This time with 6 eliminations, 858 damage, and 8 utilities used. Now the fact that we see Sky up here and we have not seen Rosemary yet so far today, or even Rosemary popping off like how he did the other day, maybe Sky might overtake the number 1, but we still have games to go, people. For the other top performers, Zeros from Team Secret also with 6 eliminations, No Fear 4 eliminations, Asa also 4 eliminations. So 2 representatives from Hora Esports.
You know what? Honestly, this is probably the first time that I've seen a picture of Asa in Ruthless. Because it's always like a silhouette. I know him by name because this guy is not a stranger at all in terms of getting the MVP title as well. He's one of the best fraggers, I can say. And yeah, this is the first time I saw him. But match leaderboard, okay, Hora Esports at the top here with a total of 19, Team Secret with 17, and Talent Esports, well, they came in at 3rd, even if they won the chicken dinner. And as for Sem9 and Bigatron, they are the 2 teams that, did not get anything out of this round.
Yeah, so no points for them too, including Sem9, who actually did well in the first match, but this time 0. Wonder where that will put them in the overalls. But for further match stats, before we roll, the most important stats, of course, is the overall ranks. 194 throwables used, so that's pretty standard. If it's around like 200-ish, slightly below 200, yeah, that's pretty much standard for this season. And because it's a kind circle, 100% land, so teams still have the time to loot for airdrops. Okay, this is where it all matters. Obviously, Talent still at number 1, and they will now create a 17-point gap with Vampire Esports between number 1 and number 2. But for Hora Esports, because they had a 19-point haul, they're at number 5 now.
Three ranks up, C1 one rank up. We got Team Secret two ranks up in 121. Yeah, I think the biggest gap really is coming from Talent Esports. But of course, we cannot discount the fact that this is still like a number that any of the teams here can still catch up on. Judging by, of course, the caliber that these teams can bring in the table. Now, for the second page, DRS, oh yeah, they moved down three ranks here, but they're now at 117. We got Stockholm DG Alliance moving up two ranks as well. D Savior remains to be at the bottom here. I mean, Vikings even has a total of like a 3-point lead against them.
Well, 4 more games to go for the Xavier to do fan service before we head on to our third match. We're going to take a short break. See you guys after this. Talon continues to hold the top. But for how long more? Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. 4 more rounds to go in total, Red Green. How are you feeling so far?
Excited and also anxious at the same time because I was this close to getting that prediction right, and it did not happen, unfortunately. Thank you, Talon Esports. But yeah, Talon Esports, as you said, continues to dominate. They're still at the top spot here. The closest team that could probably dethrone them would be Vampire Esports, but then again, the question is if Vampire Esports will be picking up the pace here up against Talon, or perhaps other teams would feel highly motivated as we step into a Miramar for match number 21.
Yeah, Miramar again, round 2, and here are updated top Miramar performers: Hora Esports, Vampire Esports, Cellcom DJ Alliance, and Talent. And all the stats are dominated by Hora Esports here, from average run points, average eliminations, average damage, and average survival time, in which they came close to scoring that chicken dinner earlier. Now, will they do a chicken dinner before we head to second half today?
Oh, that is a great question right there. Oh man, okay. So, what do you think, guys? I mean, you are looking at the top Miramar performers here all throughout, of course, the days here in the grand finals. But it's hard to pick, right? We don't even know who's gonna really show up for this round. And having said that, I'm just really looking at the stats here, and probably I'm gonna go with the team that's well, pretty good when it comes to the average survival. Okay, never mind. Because if that is the basis, then I will have to go with Horror Esports once again. But I've already picked them twice. And I don't want to go for the third because I want to, like, give chance to other teams here that I think is gonna sweep the chicken. So maybe I'll go with Vampires this time. Maybe they have something for us, challenging Talent Esports in terms of numbers.
Okay, so I would so it's not easy, right? Okay, this time I think I will be going